Visit Jason and Todd.
Good morning, everybody. I haven't had a coffee in 5 days. This is becoming big. I may be done with coffee.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Huh.
You were muted.
Yeah, don't know what I did there. But making a notation.
Yeah, we start in less than a minute.
Huh.
I'll be damned.
Damned.
Oh yeah, Eddie's coming in with Zach Edey. Or no, they didn't. Memphis drafted him. Yeah, he watched it, guaranteed. Who did the Nuggets take? Who's the next great Nugget? Ryan Dunn.
Oh, the Virginia kid. Yeah, he can't shoot.
He went to the Suns anyhow.
Yeah, he can't shoot. He's a good defender though. Phoenix needs that.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Final Thursday of June. It feels as if things are finally beginning to slow down. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We have shows today and tomorrow, best of all next week. It's our only week off of the year. That's it. After next week, we're just basically taking holidays off right on through football season. Yeah, good for you, not good for us. Good morning, Mark. How you feeling? Well, it is.
That's fantastic. No, that's very accurate, David. It doesn't mean it's not funny. I'm all right. I have, I had a little bug earlier in the week, and I'm still trying to fight through it. So I'm almost there. I jumped in a little too early. When you've got a stomach bug, the last thing you should do is jump in with eating the wrong food early. And I did.
Yeah, you felt just good enough that
Right.
you thought, I'm back.
Yeah, let's have a spicy taco. That was not the right idea.
Oh, come on. Now, you know what happens? You got hunger pains. And once you got hunger pains, you said, oh, I'm ready to get back in the game.
And you and I get back in the game food-wise, like a boxer gets back into the game coming out of retirement. We don't go half-assed. We go all in.
Do you remember growing up, the car ads? One of the big things was how fast the car could go 0 to either 50 or 60.
0 to 60.
It goes 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds. And that sounded very impressive. But then when you really think about it, it's like I'm driving around the neighborhood. What do I need that for? But that's kind of how you and I eat. We're like a late 70s car ad.
And there's no reason for it. We are both only children.
Right.
There is no reason. We were never fighting older brothers, younger brothers, siblings for food. Ever. And you and I both eat like it's the 100-meter dash.
If I had a dime for every time my grandfather said to me, we are not going to take it from you.
And I don't know when I started this, because I don't know if I was always a fast eater, because I don't think that I was. But I don't know if it's having worked in this business a long time, between the hockey play-by-play and the radio, when we did afternoons, you get hungry around 5 o'clock, and it's like, I want dinner.
Right.
I need a snack. What do I got? I got 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Give me that hot dog. I can knock it down.
My mother blames herself. She said, because I raised you on fast food, and I was working, going from job to job and place to place. And that basically, we would get it and eat it in the car. This was before they had the drive through. We actually went in, got it, then went back, sat in the car and drove off. Okay. And my mother said, you had 8 minutes to eat your entire childhood. And so she takes the blame. I don't know. I think I just like it so much.
Right there with you, David.
I mean, it's kind of like, when you get the dessert, even people who don't normally eat fast, and they don't normally order dessert, and they decide, whatever, they're feeling it. And they get the dessert, and then, look at this, 2 scoops of ice cream with syrup and whipped cream. And they just go to town. And they don't normally eat like that, but Miller and Moulton normally eat like that.
We do.
We do. It's a flaw, part of our charm.
But one of the parts of our charm is that every once in a while we come up with a system.
Did we bet the system?
Of course we bet the system.
Okay, well, I don't know. You're in charge of the betting. Mark, let's face facts. Okay, outside of booking guests for this show, you're in charge of everything that you and I are joined at the hip about.
It's not true. You're in charge of the bank account.
Okay, that is true.
All right. Look at that.
I'm in charge of the money. Of course, it's not hard to keep track of $3.71.
Right, there isn't any.
So maybe that's why I forgot it. All right. But yes, okay. Those are the 2 things I'm responsible for. I book the guests, and I keep track of our 4 cents monthly interest. All right. You, meanwhile, you got to get us on the air. All right. You got to do all the behind the scenes editing and what have you. And so that's on you.
We'll figure it all. You know what? We'll keep matriculating along, David. But our system of double headers, splits,
here we go,
worked again last night as the Braves win game 1 during the day, and the Cardinals come back and win game 2. What do we get? We get a split, winner, chicken dinner.
Not only that, you got good odds on the Cardinals in the nightcap too. They were big underdogs, sizable underdogs, I should say, in the nightcap. So you got good odds if you played our system last night. So, and we're coming up on 4th of July and what have you. We're going to have some makeup double headers, stuff that got rained out earlier in the year. So pay attention to it. All right, it's the doubleheader system. Unofficially, I think 13 doubleheaders, 9 splits, 4 sweeps. So, that's not bad. That's pretty good if you're winning about 70% of your bets. That's a decent system, right?
That's a pretty good system. Can't complain about that.
Yeah. So I got to admit, I did something last night I hardly ever do. I turned a draft off at some point and went to bed. And I'm one of those guys that on the Friday of the NFL draft, rounds 2 and 3 together. Yeah, I watch that sucker to the end too. I do. Now, maybe it's because I don't have a life and it's Friday night. And I mean, once you watch it to a certain point, I mean, it's not like I'm then going to go out at 10 o'clock. Those days are long over. My wife and I joke
it's really
about
go
that.
to bed or watch the rest of the draft is where you're at that point.
I mean, how many times have you had the discussion, with your wife in which you are like, hey, do you remember we used to go out 1 hour from now? Yeah, keep it down. I'm getting ready to go to sleep. Oh, okay. That's where we're at. But after the Magic pick last night at 18, I was like, I'm done. I'm tired.
I got a text from a friend who I've known forever, another Michigander, text me about the Pistons pick and that they drafted someone who didn't shoot 30% from the floor, and he went 5th overall.
Right.
That's when I was aware that the NBA draft was on. Now, in my defense, it was my wife's birthday. I took her out for dinner last night, wanted to spend some quality time with the wife because it was her birthday.
All right, stop. Sidebar. All right, for those that weren't with us in the bonus hour yesterday. So wife's 50th yesterday. 50, however, a bit of a traumatic birthday in her life. Her dad passed away when he was 50. Wife really did not want the 50th birthday built up at all. Wants the 51st birthday to be the really big one. So you were debating how you were going to play 50. What you were worried that you were going to underplay it just a bit. How did it go?
It went well. It went very well. She had a massage. She had a facial. She had lunch with me and my mother. Dropped the daughter off at gymnastics, took her out to a nice dinner. She got to talk to everybody in her life that was important to her. Everybody called, got a lot of nice cards. The birthday went fantastically.
Another man got to put his hands on her. That always makes women happy.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Even though it's the woman that gives her a massage, I like where your head's at with that. You son of a...
Hey, it's same deal in my house. Okay. Same deal. It's the happiest I see her all month. I'm like, I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Just, I'll pay for it. You do the tip. Okay.
Well, that was even the bonus because her brother had sent me a text on Monday saying, what am I supposed to do here for the birthday? He really planned it out, waited until 2 days before it. And he said, I was thinking of a day spot. And I said, well, she's getting a massage on her birthday. And I texted him the number of the girl who takes care of the massage for my wife. And so the massage, after it was done, the lady informed my wife that it was already paid for by her brother. So that was even a bigger bonus, that it was a free massage.
Sure.
So yeah, the day went great for the wife.
Good. Okay.
Very good birthday. So she is in the club. She's the 50-year-old club with the rest of us.
Ooh, the AARP stuff can start coming. Oh, wait. You have to be there and witness the facial reaction the first time the special someone in your life gets something from AARP. You have to catch that moment either in your mind or literally have the phone rolling. You have to get that moment. My wife was thrilled because she was ready. She's at the point in her life when she was like, ooh, coupons, discounts. Okay. Okay. Meanwhile, when I got it, I wanted to end it. I just wanted to stop living at that moment. I'm like, I'm done. Wow. There's really no need to go any further. Right.
Wow. It hit you that hard, huh?
Oh my goodness. I almost walked out into traffic. Was I depressed.
Really?
Yes. Hit
So
me
it
very
wasn't
hard
necessarily the number, it was the ARP stuff showing up at in the
Yes,
mailbox that
in the
hits you.
mail. And you know how excited I am about the mail?
You
I'm
and my wife
excited about the
love the
mail.
damn mail.
Love the mail. And then, something with my name on it. AARP. Son of Yep. So, all right, back to this draft. Pistons, teenager, 20-year-old or whatever, can't shoot. Sounds like a perfect Piston.
Exactly. And again, we had 3 French guys go in the draft, a ton of European players.
3 of the top 6. I mean, listen, we better win the gold in 2024. I'm really worried. 3 of the top 6 guys are from France, 4 first rounders from France. You got to figure that 2028 French basketball team is going to be pretty good.
Should be. It is amazing how the world has caught us in basketball. And we're still the best basketball country.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, but just internationally, how this sport has grown and how it appears that internationally they do a hell of a lot better job of developing young players than we do based on what's going on in the draft.
I have to admit, I have no idea how the UConn center fell to 7. I have no idea how the Pistons didn't take him at 5. I mean, forget you're the Pistons. You won 14 games. Like, you need another project. You're a project. Okay. Why don't you just take the UConn center can play? He can
Right
play
now.
today.
Right now.
Don't you need more guys who can play today? I don't get it. I don't. The Tennessee guard fell to 17. What am I missing? He can play today. He's an NBA player today. This can't be that bad of a draft if he's fallen to 17. Either that or you got a bunch of morons making picks.
Potential, David. It's all about potential, apparently, in the draft.
Oh, man, is it ever.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
By the way, the coup in Bolivia failed.
It did, huh?
Man, that's unusual. I mean, usually presidential palace versus the army. Usually the army wins. Must be a hell of an army in Bolivia. Yeah, the general who was leading the coup got arrested.
That's never good for the guy who's leading the coup.
No.
That usually
No.
leads to death.
Yes. Usually not much of a trial either. Lord Stanley did make an appearance in the Atlantic yesterday. Yes, the Panthers are having a grand old time with Lord Stanley. No, Bronny was not drafted, by the way. Nice brown chicken. Nice. This is a little high. I think I hate to bet. I wouldn't wear armor. It's going to be in the 90s. Might wear sunscreen. That'd be about it.
Going to the parade, huh? Good for you, Go Raiders.
Yeah. Cool. I'd just go somewhere where you can get good pictures.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Final couple shows of June. Off next week. You'll hear best of Miller and Moulton if you're driving around and you throw the show on or you download a certain app or what have you. And then we'll be back in earnest on July 8th. So there.
When I'll respond to all your texts about why the podcast last week was not loaded.
Right. In fact, is there any way to kind of like, one of those emails where you put like 19 people in it and you just send it out in advance? It just is any way to send out one of those generic texts or no?
I probably can schedule some tweets to remind people that we're doing best ofs.
Gotcha.
Sounds like something I probably should do. I don't want to, but I probably should.
Listen, this is a little off the beaten path. And if this show was a little more heavily produced, I'd know if there was a point you were wanting to make here. But I was looking up something during the break. And you and I are big fans of turning on some afternoon golf.
Right.
For rounds 1 and 2, just kind of seeing what's going on. And so they're playing the Rocket Mortgage this week on the PGA Tour. And nobody worth a darn is really in it.
Okay? No, after
3 straight
elevated event, U.S. Open elevated event, these guys are like, right. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. So to me, the headliner for the Rocket Mortgage is, do you remember a couple of months ago, we talked about the homeschooled 9th grader from Jacksonville Beach. His name was Miles Russell.
Yeah, I do.
He qualified for a Corn Ferry event, which in and of itself was remarkable. He's 15. He's 5'7", $135. And he was the youngest winner of the AJGA Player of the Year award, younger than even Tiger Woods. All right, so the kid's considered, a phenom. He's a lefty. Monday qualifies for a Corn Ferry event, and then finishes in the top 20. Midway through the final round, he was in 3rd. Now, he went off earlier and went low, and so he was, the leaders were just kind of teeing off. But you looked up on the leaderboard at like noon on Sunday, and a 15-year-old amateur was T3 at one point. Now, eventually, a bunch of guys, anyway, he finished his top 20. He's in the Rocket Mortgage.
Wow.
And he's got a late tee time. It's like teeing off at like 2:11. And I'm looking at all the golfers that are teeing off within like 90 minutes of him. And outside of like Kevin Kisner, it's just a bunch of guys you don't know. And I'm thinking to myself, this kid's going to get a lot of airtime. I'm just looking at the golfers, unless somebody in that group is 8, 9 under and leading the tournament. But I'm thinking to myself, listen, I've been in these meetings. I've been in these, we're sitting around, who are we going to show? Show the 15-year-old. I mean, unless he's stinking up the joint.
Even if he is stinking up the joint, you got to show him a little bit. He's 15 years old. And David, the big thing is, what's the storyline? He accomplished something at a younger age than Tiger Woods did. That's heady stuff.
Well, yes, considering when Tiger Woods was a teenager, he won 3 straight junior amateurs and 3 straight U.S. amateurs. Yes. Yes.
Hopefully he plays with the guy that qualified and knocked the 3 beers down before the playoff.
So anyway, his name's Miles Russell, 15-year-old lefty. I think he's 5'7", $135. And he's, considered a bit of a phenom. And he's playing in the PGA Tour event today. He's got one of the later tee times, 2:11. So you figure if you turn it on, 4 or 5 o'clock, he's on the back 9. You're going to see a lot of them. At least I think so.
There's no doubt.
I mean, looking.
I just took a quick glance through the people who are playing in this.
Right.
I follow golf.
Kevin Kisner, right? In the last 90 minutes.
Right. Kuchar's right there in that time frame.
Okay. I missed him. And I think
Zalatoris and Ricky Fowler are playing at 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay. I must have just missed the 1 o'clock tee times. And I know Zach Johnson's got a late afternoon tee time, but I know. He's basically on the Champions Tour. I know. So I just, all right. So you see a little Ricky Fowler, Will Zalatoris, but I'm telling you, then you're going to see a little Miles Russell.
You should.
So, and I figure you got a chance to see him today, because I'm guessing if you got a 2-something tee time today, you'll get a morning tee time tomorrow, and you'll struggle to see him. So if you want to check out the guy who's supposedly the next big thing, all right, there you go.
Wonder if we're going to protest this week in Detroit.
Hey, listen, if it was met with the resistance that it was met with in Connecticut. When you think softer states, we went through a few lists yesterday, Mark, on the show.
Right.
All right, if we were to make a list, top 50 toughest protest states, where do you think Connecticut would come in? I'm thinking like 38.
37.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Boy, did we get that one pegged.
Wow.
So now Michigan, top 10, bottom of the top 10, bottom of the top 10.
Look, I don't want to get into, but just because of the demographics of around Detroit and Dearborn and the huge Middle Eastern community that lives there, you could see a protest in that fashion coming this weekend. That's all.
Okay, I'm thinking though Michigan. I'm thinking bottom end of the top 10, kind of like the football program usually. Ohio State gets ranked preseason ahead of them. Okay, but Michigan, let's put them at the bottom of the top 10. I don't know. They got a lot of unknowns this year. Okay, rank them 12.
Now, I do think if someone protested at an event in Detroit, there's a chance someone from the crowd would try to take care of it before the police did.
Oh, yes. I think there's a chance that somebody from the crowd actually tackles them and sits on them and waits for security.
Exactly. That I could see happening.
While holding their beer in the other hand going, I don't think I spilled anything. Good. This thing costs $12. Yeah. So
and they packed this place for nobody at the tournament. There'll be huge crowds. They're into it. It's the only event that comes to the state of Michigan, and it's a big deal to them.
When there used to be like 3 PJ Tour events a year in Michigan, and now there's just this one, and it's not much of one. Because it's never not the best time of year. It doesn't usually have a great field anymore. Blah blah blah. So anyway, there it is.
A little golf for you.
Yeah, just a little something maybe. I mean, this afternoon, and unless you're busy watching all the soccer that's on. I mean, the
USA plays tonight at 6.
Right. I was going to say they're not on till 6. So unless you're going to dive into the Euro quarterfinals or wherever they're at.
Well, with the upset we had yesterday, David, I don't know if we'll get another one quite like that. I mean,
that's the biggest one.
Monumental upset in the Euros. I know no one cares.
Listen, biggest win of Kirby Smart's biggest regular season win of Kirby Smart's career. No,
I think you're onto something.
Do I have him confused?
Maybe a little bit.
I saw that Georgia won. Okay, I know the baseball team just made the regionals and all, but when you think Georgia sports, you think football. Is this a different Georgia?
It is a different Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Different Portugal too.
Yeah, well, they mailed one in yesterday for sure. They saw the rankings. They were ranked 6th. Okay, Kirby's team was ranked 74th. They said, "Oh, this will walk over." The starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact
So I find it fascinating that Key of Cape Coral. Do you remember the "Gotta Go to Galiana" ads that ran?
Gotta go to Galiana.
That guy had that dark, deep voice that did him as well. He's now doing the Kia ads. Obviously, it's one of those national companies that.
Right.
But they lost the now the Kia of Cape Coral uses the same guy. It's like I've got to go. I'm like, got to go to Galiana. No, it's got to go to Kia of Cape Coral.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. The end of Mike Florio's little thing on the, this is going to jury with the Sunday ticket case, David.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of the outcome, the challenge to the pricing of Sunday ticket could prompt the league to implement changes that would make the full package cheaper or give fans more options. If the NFL wins, explain to me why they do either of those things.
Yeah. Might raise it $10.
Right. No, I do not have a Falstaff shirt. I've had this ham shirt for over 10 years. I bought it at probably 20 years. I bought it at a Kmart. One of the best t-shirts I've ever owned.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Steve Carney will join us an hour from now. The Rays got back to 500, albeit for a day. They're at the midway point of the season. Looks as if some pitching's starting to get healthy, or will be by next month. Looks as if some bats are beginning to warm up. I don't know about heat up, but maybe warm up.
Still a huge run differential, negative run differential for the Rays. It's tough for me to take them seriously in the American League, David.
We'll talk to Steve Carney about whether or not they should be taken seriously. Hey, a month ago, would we have taken the Red Sox seriously? So we'll talk to Steve Carney about the Rays 1 hour from now. Right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Remember earlier in the week when you had the hiccups?
I gave them to her.
I think you did.
Never heard of a computer that has the hiccups.
Well, if ever there's anyone or anything who can do something with a computer that's never been done before, it would be the Miller and Moulton Show. And we'll just leave it at that. Hey, the first round of the NBA draft was last night, and it was a little different. And here's how. First off, a couple of Frenchmen go first and second, and 3 Frenchmen go in the top 6, and 4 in the first round. It's going to be a hell of a 2028 French Olympic team, I can tell you that. Zachary Rissacher? Yes, no?
Maybe so.
I took 4.5 years of French. I don't know. Anyway, he goes to the Hawks. Alex Sarr goes to Washington. They went 1-2. First American and college player, Reed Shepherd, the Kentucky sharpshooter. Been a long time since somebody shot over 50% from 3 during a college basketball regular season with a lot of attempts. Reed Shepherd did it. Hadn't been done in like 20 years. He went 3rd overall to Houston. 2 UConn players went 4 and 7. Castle to San Antonio, cling on to Portland at 7. What the was Detroit thinking at 5, not taking Klingon, for goodness sakes?
They've got Ron Holland. I don't know what you're talking about. He played for the
Right.
G League Ignite.
I didn't know Opie still had eligibility left. Ron Holland? No. Anyway, big surprise to many. Zach Edey went 9th to Memphis. Most years, if you had a 2-time college player of the year, the surprise would be he went that low. But actually, the surprise was Edey went that high. The thought was he might be a lottery pick, but likely to be in the mid-teens. Instead, he goes 9th to Memphis. The Heat at 15 took the 7-footer out of Indiana, Khalil Ware. Got a lot of potential. Did not have a good freshman year. Had a good year last year. His effort and intensity have been called into question. Well, they'll snuff that out real quickly in Miami.
We'll find out what his effort and intensity are like pretty quickly, won't we, David?
Yes, we will. The Magic at 18 go Tristan da Silva from Colorado. He's one of those considered ready to contribute to an NBA team now. A bit of a shooter. The Magic need offense. Only college player from Florida that was taken in the first round was Hurricanes guard Keyshawn George. He went 24th, technically drafted by the Knicks, but you know how they do it in the NBA. They work out the deals after the guy's picked. NFL makes the deal, and then the team that really wants him drafts him.
So he doesn't take a picture with the hat of a team he's not going to play for.
Right. So technically drafted by the Knicks, but it was a prearranged deal where the Knicks moved down a few spots and the Wizards at 24 take Keyshawn George. A lot of people say best pick of the draft in terms of value, and he fell in the Lakers' lap at 17, Tennessee guard Dalton Connect. All right, just fell to him at 17. And believe me, as soon as we got to double figures, because I saw Mark, he'd go as high as 6 to Charlotte. And everybody had him as a lottery pick. I thought Miami was taking him at 15. I was surprised because I thought that they would look at him as somebody who could contribute now. And it looks as if, based on what Jimmy Butler said yesterday, in which Jimmy's not agreeing to an extension, that it's going to end sooner than later for Jimmy in Miami. Don't know if it's going to be a summer trade or if it's actually going to be a trade in the fall. But it looks as if Jimmy has only got 2 years left on a deal. It looks as if I had to bet right now, Mark, I don't think Jimmy makes it to the final year of his deal in Miami, for whatever that's worth. OG Anunoby re-signed with the Knicks. It's going to be 5 for $212. That's 42.5. He's a very good player. He's not an all-star. That's just to give you an idea of what guys in the NBA are going to be getting paid for the rest of the decade. I mean, he's a very good player. Terrific defensive player. Pretty good offensive player. You know, average around 14 a game, something like that. Hits the short three. Lockdown defender. 42.5. Right. Baseball. Mariners avoid the sweep in St. Pete. They beat the Rays 5-2. Cal Raleigh, a 3-1 homer in the sixth to give them the lead. Rays reached the midway point of the season 40-41. Marlins are up 1-0 in the eighth, had 2 outs, and then the Royals scored 5 times. Beat them 5-1. Man, the Yankees will be happy to not be in Queens anymore. They gave up 7 homers in 2 games. Mets pounded them. Scored 9 runs Tuesday night, scored 12 Wednesday night. 12-2 the final. Judge did hit his 30th, though, for the Yankees, who are struggling everywhere. They've got Soto, Judge, and no one else in the lineup doing a damn thing right now. And their pitching, which had carried them, they've been throwing batting practice for 2 weeks. They've lost 10 of 12. Yet they're still in first by a game over the Orioles. Orioles did snap a 5-game skid, doubling up the Guardians 4-2. Brandon Marsh had 4 hits, including a homer, 4 RBIs. Philly 6-2 over the Tigers. Braves lose a half a game in the standings because they split a pair with St. Louis. Won the first one 6-2. Told you to double up on the Cards in the nightcap, and they won it 4-1. Give it up for the Astros, Mark. 7 in a row. They're at 500.
Just 4.5 back.
They beat Colorado 7-1. Texas, meanwhile, scuffling. Can't get it going yet. Milwaukee swept the 3-game series from the Rangers, winning 6-5 and 10. Brewers have won 4 in a row. Their lead over the Cardinals is 6. Twins have won 3 of 4, yet they're 8 back of the Guardians. They beat Arizona 8-3. Ohtani homered again. He's got 25. Mark, we had a momentous occasion last night. Gavin Shea of the Dodgers threw a complete game, a 4-hitter, 103 pitches. Wow. Can't believe they left them in long enough to do it.
It's amazing, David.
Really is. Giants beat the Cubs 4-3. Giants have won 3 in a row. Cubs have lost 4 in a row. Padres got 2 homers from Higashioka, including a slam in an 8-5 win over the Nats. Andrew McCutchen with a 2-run shot. Pirates beat the Reds to take 2 out of 3 in that series, 6-1. Angels swept the A's 5-2. A 5-run 6 did the job. And the Blue Jays and the Red Sox were trying to play. And then a monsoon hit in the second inning. So they suspended that game, and they'll finish it in 2 months. Soccer. Biggest win for Georgia ever. And we don't mean the Bulldogs. The 74th ranked team in the world beat Portugal, who happened to be ranked 6th, 2-0. Biggest upset ever in the Euros. And because of the Georgia win, they advance out of group, which was needless.
They'll get a bye in the first round and then host the winner of Alabama against Penn
Turkey?
State.
Oh, okay. Speaking of Turkey, they beat Croatia 2-1 to advance. Slovakia, Romania, 1-1 draw. Ukraine, Belgium. a scoreless tie. That meant Ukraine did not advance. All the others did. Copa America, Mexico lost to Venezuela 1-0. Means they need a result in their next match or else. Ecuador 3-1 over Jamaica. Ecuador's got 2 early wins, and they're going to advance. NFL announced, Mark, no supplemental draft this year. So there's nobody who fits the criteria who's worthy. So no supplemental draft. Colts announced that Anthony Richardson will be 100% for training camp. The reason that's an issue, twofold. One, got knocked out in the 4th game last year. Surgery, didn't play the rest of the year. And B, was still recovering from that surgery and couldn't throw 100% at the last mini camp. In fact, the final day of the camp, he wasn't throwing at all. But they say he'll be ready to go. And Mark, jury deliberations are underway in the Sunday Ticket class action suit. Final arguments by both sides made yesterday. Apparently, they deliberated for 90 minutes before they called it a day.
Supposed to have a result today. There's no court on Friday, but they say they could deliberate till Friday if necessary.
Don't know if it was in final arguments. I think it was. I was reading a story where it said that basically the prosecution found like their smoking gun document. There's a document that said that essentially all of the games that are on Sunday Ticket, that the NFL had worked out a deal that individual games would be on individual networks. So like Fox and CBS would have their, but that you could go to True TV and see the Cardinals and Rams play. And you could go to, and they had it all worked out. The networks would pay $10 million a game, and the cable channels would pay $9 million a game. And it was all worked out. And then instead they went with DirecTV and Sunday Ticket. And the prosecution believes this shows, that we should be getting, easier access to the games, and they should be more widespread than, having to go to one place, etc. So
there's 2 sentences in a little story by Mike Florio about this that I found fascinating, David. Let me just read them to you quickly. The presiding judge has commented in open court on his frustrations with the manner in which the plaintiff's lawyers tried the case. He could enter judgment for the NFL even if the jury returns a verdict against the league. I thought that was a important paragraph there.
Yes, apparently last week the judge said essentially to the prosecuting attorneys, what the heck are you doing presenting this way? It should have been presented this way instead. You guys made a mountain out of a molehill here. This is way too complicated. So we'll see. Jury deliberations are underway. And finally, all right, told you earlier about the 15-year-old Miles Russell, who's going to be competing in the Rocket Mortgage this afternoon. All right, he might be worth a glance. But announcement that affects, Mark, you in the Southwest Florida neighborhood, the Fort Myers tip-off, which is known more for the men's side than the women's side, although the Tennessee women, the Lady Vols, were in the tournament last year, and we interviewed then Coach Kelly Hunter. Defending national champs Dawn Staley and South Carolina are coming to Southwest Florida Thanksgiving weekend. It's actually a hell of a tournament. Of the 8 teams in it, 5 of them were in the NCAA tournament. All the power conferences are represented. South Carolina is going to play Iowa State, who will be preseason top 10, and Purdue in their 2 games. So last year, Southwest Florida got to see Caitlin Clark in Iowa in the Gulf Coast Showcase. The other tournament going on at the same time as the Fort Myers tip-off. This year, they'll get to see South Carolina. So women's basketball, a bit of a renaissance right now. Just wanted to let you know in your backyard of the 239 Thanksgiving weekend what it is that you could check out. Although my understanding is there's a lot of football Thanksgiving weekend, but that's what I've heard. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
She got rid of her hiccups.
Well, that's good. That's good. I don't know how much we need her the rest of the show. I think a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, get a drink of water. She should be ready by the time we get to the bonus hour.
Right. About 2.5, 3 hours from now should be all right. So,
One would think.
yeah. So, I mean, hell of a sports day yesterday, Mark. We had a complete game.
Remarkable. In 2024, who would have thunk it?
What's more remarkable, 3 Frenchmen in the top 6 of the NBA draft or a complete game in the major leagues?
It's still 3 Frenchmen at the top of the NBA draft. That is absolutely crazy.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf
Vicky, I believe, is
That's right.
her name. Oh. Well, Mets better keep scoring 9 and 12 runs a game because they've got 4 relievers unavailable right now for injuries and suspension. So it's not like they're going to be holding many leads. Well, Edie chose to stay home. Watch it with friends and family. Sonny. Oh, boy. Excuse me.
Well, the NBA draft will do that to everybody, David.
Oh, man. I don't know what it was. It wore me out last night.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of June. What are our magic numbers again? What, 58, 65, and 70? 8 weeks from Saturday, Florida State and Georgia Tech in Dublin. 9 weeks from Saturday, the first full weekend of the college football season. And 10 weeks tonight, baby, Ravens and Chiefs. Hell, for that matter, for those of you that count, 5 weeks tonight's the Hall of Fame game. Bears and somebody.
5 weeks?
5 weeks, August 1st.
Wow.
Yeah. Canton, Ohio. 5 weeks tonight.
You're not doing that game, are you?
Yeah, we are for NBC Olympics.
Oh, okay.
So we filled in when we were with Fox. I forget what year it was. 21 it was because the Olympics got pushed back a year. So in our Joe and Troy's last year with Fox, we did the Hall of Fame game. And because NBC was doing the Olympics, and now 3 years later, they're doing it again. So otherwise, since it's a Thursday and what have you, they do it. But this is Joe and Troy's only preseason game. Each network gets one preseason game.
Will you spend any time in the Hall of Fame?
No. I'll fly in.
A day trip?
I'll fly in Wednesday afternoon and do the show Thursday morning, power nap, and do the game, and do the show Friday morning and fly home. Plus, it's Hall of Fame weekend. I'll be honest, I'll ask. I don't know if just a general fan can even visit the Hall of Fame that weekend. I'm wondering if it's literally everything just closed down.
You're not a general fan.
Well, yes, I am.
Not when you're there with the ESPN Monday Night Football crew. You're really close to important people.
And by really close, you mean in proximity of, right?
Yes. Sometimes standing next to.
Yes, oftentimes, right? Talking with them and everything. Have their phone number, text occasionally. Yes, I know. Yeah, I don't
You
think
thought
that
maybe
gets.
you and Troy would go in and take a picture next to his bust?
Well, I already saw the one in his house, so I have to admit I haven't been in a while. I haven't certainly haven't been in the last 15 or so years since John Madden went in, when he said during his speech he envisioned that when they closed the door at night that the busts talk to one another. And now I have to admit I want to go back and I want to see who's near whom. I do. I just want to walk around and imagine, who's talking, is like, Butkus and Nitsky across from one another. So they're, Bears, Packers, snarling at one another. I do. I want to look around and go, so who's close enough to be talking to whom?
Yesterday I went out to lunch with my wife and my mother. It was my wife's birthday that I've already mentioned. And we went to just a little local joint, had a burger, and the TVs are all on. And I was excited when I walked in because the Tigers game was on. I'm like, oh, I'll watch a little baseball while I have lunch. I can look right over my mother's head while she's telling a story that she's told me 74 times.
Right.
Nod my head like I'm listening.
Right.
And watch the game. But one of the TVs had the NFL Network on. And it was showing a Monday Night Football game between the Patriots. And I didn't pay close attention. But it was the Patriots and the Dolphins. And Madden and Michaels were doing the game. And I just happened to look up and I was like, I'll be damned. Yes, can you turn the volume on that one? I don't care what the outcome is. I don't care what happens. Can we just play the volume on that game for a little while?
Speaking of which, did you hear the Al Michaels story from yesterday?
David, I did. And
we may have to do more than just the 8.5 minutes remaining in this segment on this.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you find this as fascinating / controversial a topic as I do.
I'm stunned. Like, stopped me in my tracks that he's letting them do this.
If by chance you didn't hear the Al Michaels related story from yesterday, NBC, as we mentioned, they got the Olympics coming up. All right. It begins late July. Announced an AI recreation of Al Michaels' voice will be part of their Olympics coverage.
The daily Olympic recap on Peacock will feature narration from what they say is a high-quality AI recreation of the legendary sports broadcaster's speaking voice.
All right. Now, it needs to be pointed out Al Michaels is alive. All right. Can't you just wait for it, Al Michaels to do this? They could set him up with a little home studio. I'll bet she's already got one. You could just email him the script. Okay. He could sit down and pound it out. I'll bet you it wouldn't take him too many takes. After all, he's Al Michaels. So they approached Al about this. They said, hey, we got your voice on tape a lot over the years, and we can recreate it and what have you. And apparently he said something to the effect of, well, needless to say, I was curious but skeptical, but then I saw a demonstration and I said, I'm in. Now, and I'm being very serious here, Mark. Do you think that he is getting paid for this?
Yes.
Or did he just have to give his consent?
I think he's getting paid.
Which then begs the question, why don't you just have him do it? Okay, I'm not being a jerk. That's not how I do things. I mean, in real life, yes, but not on the air. Well, then what's to prevent Amazon from doing it on Thursday Night Football?
David, I don't know if it can be done in real time because this is a script being put into a computer and then read back by an AI voice. I don't know if they can do it in real time, but it's coming.
Because this is where I am being snarky, because Amazon could create an AI of Al being more interested in the game than he otherwise would be live. Boom. And then also there'd be more room in the booth for Herb Street and his dog.
Well, I would think, David, this may be silly, but there's a lot of people that want to do and we do it at a lower level than most everybody. I mean, we're very much in the minor leagues. I'm not trying to put us in a bigger light than we deserve to be. But there are a lot of people that do what we do or want to do what we do for a living. A lot of people aspire to be the next Al Michaels. When we're starting to, the actors on the Screen Guild just did a whole bunch to try to prevent AI from coming into their world.
Yeah.
And the fact
they're
that
not needed.
Al Michaels is one of the leaders in this business, just said, sure, AI this so we can take a job away from somebody. I find it appalling. I find it appalling that he said yes. Find it appalling that he won't do it himself, like you just said. And that's the best we can do. We're spending billions of dollars on the Olympics, and I need an AI-generated voice of Al Michaels to give me a recap. Tirico's got to be pissed.
Well, anytime you take airtime away from Mike Tirico, he's not happy.
Exactly.
Even though he's hosting the damn Olympics, you're right. The fact that he won't be voicing over that 10-minute highlight package on Peacock probably is bumming him out. So anyway, that was the Al Michaels story from yesterday. Listen, you start to comment about this and people extrapolate that these are your personal / political views. And so that's why I'm very hesitant to go down. But I'm big on privacy. Okay, when we've talked about things involving celebrities, people that are considered famous, I'm big on privacy.
Yep.
Okay, I don't like the fact that when you call 911, that call can then be aired on the local news. Please, somebody explain to me how maybe the worst moment in your life, when something tragic is happening right before you, that you should have your privacy, exposed like that. There's not a description. I can't believe it, actually, that it's allowed. I can't. But, this AI thing, I got to admit, there's a part of me that's like, either it should be totally okay or, yeah, this is cute. This is something they should talk about in the movies, but this should never see the light of day. Especially with people who talk for a living. I'm sure there are thousands of ways in which it will make life better and what have you. This seems messed up to me. I don't know how else to describe it.
I'm right there with you. It's so funny that we do not produce this show. You and I both wanted to go to the same place with this story.
Is it too close to home for two quote unquote broadcasters? And does everybody else not give a damn?
Or do you want authentic broadcasting? Or do you want scripts and AI generated without feeling? Part of what it is that makes this profession great to me is the feelings you get from the broadcaster. Much as I hate the color guy stepping on the play-by-play guy's toes, that's part of the whole game.
Bill Lindsay. How could you do that? And the Panthers sent that out like it was a great call.
First off, he said, Lord Stanley can come home.
You'll always have a home in South Florida or something like that?
You're coming home. You'll always have a home in Southwest Florida or South Florida. Oh, goodness gracious.
I don't know. This thing. And then, of course, there's so many jokes that can come of this. They're the people that are saying, well, hasn't, Thursday Night Football been AI for the last 2 years? But boom. Listen, I know Al will do most anything for a buck. I get it. But Al's made quite a few bucks. Al's still making $1 million a game. I am very surprised he signed off on this.
Not only signed off on it, but signed off on it with a lot of positivity as well. I hate
Miller and Moulton. I hate it too. 21,000 is our text line. Twitch chat room. AI Al Michaels.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. They're in the store nearly every day, and along with their team, offering a warm, caring, and personal connection. One where every moment is an invitation to elegance and sophistication. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, H. Affy, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy. All names synonymous with excellence and designed in the U.S. and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to sharing the stories behind these notable partnerships with you. Discover the meticulous
It's a long text yesterday, David.
There was. From both of us.
I had to send 2 because I couldn't scroll up any higher to respond to the questions anymore. It wouldn't let me go up that high anymore. I was laughing. I had grabbed a pen and a pad of paper because I didn't know if I needed to write my answer down first before I typed it because your questions were so long. DC, not for me. I'd rather have a high school kid call a high school game than artificial intelligence.
DC and Sonny and anybody else. It's just okay. But what if, first off, Dick Enberg's dead, so you can't ask him. So's Madden. And secondly, what if Bob Costas says no? I mean, I don't know about you. I hate seeing the memes in which they're putting words in people's mouth and they try to pass it off as a genuine answer at a presser. And then you have to realize there's no way that person would have said that. I mean, I'm sure we're more sensitive to it because we're actual broadcasters, but
Robert Luongo had spaghetti out of the Stanley Cup.
Luongo did?
Yeah. Or Roberto Luongo. I said Robert. I'm sorry. It's still early. May have to go back to coffee.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, final Thursday of June. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We're live tomorrow, then we're AI next week. Best ofs. We're taking a week off. The only week we're taking off all year. And basically the rest of the year we'll be here unless it's a holiday. Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas. I don't know about the day after Thanksgiving. I don't know about Christmas Eve yet. Give it just New Year's Eve. But you get the idea. Basically, if it ain't a holiday or right before or after a holiday, we're working. In fact, even a couple holidays we're working because it's during the football season and we don't take off unless we have to.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, full disclosure here. I'm not doing the editing for the best ofs. That's still being done by one Trent Bally.
Right.
Which means going forward, I'm going to have to learn how to do that too. So we may never, ever have a day off again.
Well, not necessarily so because of who's still paying him. See, so I actually think we can pawn it off on him.
That would be good.
Okay, and I think he would do it too. I think he still wants to stay in our good graces.
Oh, he does. I talked to him yesterday. Feels like he sabotaged us. It's really funny talking to him, how badly he feels for leaving us. And David and I are like, who?
I mean, we're just going to AI Trent Bally, okay, in the future on this show, okay, whenever we need a third voice, or if one of us is sick and what have you, we'll just do the show with an AI version of Trent. Hey, a couple of things here. First off, you and I, we usually mention this. We don't spend a lot of time on it. We mention it. It used to be called the Sears Cup. Now it's the Learfield Directors Cup. It basically keeps track of all the championships, men and women in college sports, and they assess a point value to how everybody does. And at the end of it, they tell you who the best athletic department in the country is.
Okay.
And Texas finished first again. Texas finishes first a lot. Stanford finishes first a lot. Florida has won this. And Florida, once again, fourth, by the way. Stanford second. I mean, imagine if Florida's football team can get good again, where Florida could finish in this thing. But for what it's worth, Mark, Texas, Stanford, Tennessee, Florida. I mean, remember, basketball team went to the Elite Eight. Baseball team won a natty. Texas, Stanford, Tennessee, Florida, Virginia, A&M, North Carolina, Michigan, Alabama, UCLA. And you think about how UCLA football, men's basketball, not that good last year, and yet top 10 athletic department in the country.
You
Notre
wonder
Dame,
with the money that comes in with the Big Ten, but with the travel and the decline of Olympic sports, if UCLA will be able to maintain that. Will Stanford be able to maintain that going forward?
right. I mean, it'll be interesting. Does Stanford, UCLA playing in quote unquote a better conference in more sports, will that help them? Or will the travel and everything, right? Will the programs actually suffer? Notre Dame was 11, Florida State 12. So Florida 4, Florida State 12, the two Florida schools in the top 20. Ohio State 15th, Georgia 16th. So there you go. In terms of, big high profile name programs and what have you, that's where they rank. There's another list that came out recently, and I had it right before me. It was, and Bud Elliott had it on his show, and it was top 6 sleeper teams to make the college football playoff, according to Bud Elliott.
Ooh, I like this list.
Now, I had mentioned one of these a couple months ago because I said they're going to be favored in 11 of the 12 games they play. Number 6 on his top 6 sleeper teams to make the college football playoff, Iowa. Although outside of going to Ohio State, Mark, I think Iowa's going to be favored in every game they play. It doesn't mean that some of the games aren't going to be, they're going to be a 3-point favorite at home, because they will. And they're not a dominant program, so it's not like they're not going to play close games. But
they've got a cupcake non-conference schedule. They have Iowa State at home.
Correct.
They, like David mentioned, they travel to Ohio State. They host Washington and Wisconsin.
Right.
Not a lot of meat on the bone from a Big Ten schedule from the standpoint of what Iowa has to play this year.
Right. And remember, it's, no divisions, so we don't even know sometimes from about, like Mark, Michigan's not on their schedule, correct?
That's correct.
USC is not on their schedule.
Again,
correct?
That's correct.
Oregon's
not on their schedule.
Right. And they get Washington, Wisconsin. They get them both where? At Kinnick.
And Washington obviously is going to be way down from last year.
Now, Nebraska, Minnesota, rivalry games. Those are not easy games. They're not. Doesn't matter whether it's a 3 or 5 win Minnesota or Nebraska team. Those are not easy games. They're big rivalry games. But when you look at that schedule, the only game right now that they will be maybe slight underdog against Washington if Washington doesn't.
No way.
Okay.
No way.
When Iowa plays at Ohio State, which I think is early October, I mean, there's a very good chance those two teams are unbeaten when they play.
Absolutely.
So, number 6, Iowa. Number 5, Oklahoma. Everybody talking about Texas entering the SEC. Texas. What about Oklahoma? Now,
by the way, the Sooners host Tennessee, host Alabama. Texas is the neutral game. They go to LSU. Cupcake non-conference schedule.
Now, a team that played for the ACC title a year ago. But Elliott has Louisville 4th on his top 6 sleeper teams to make the college football playoff. Number 3, NC State. Now, I think schedule is part of this also with NC State. Remember, it was Mark Packer a year ago at this time on our show that said, guys, I'm telling you, watch out for Louisville. And he rattled off the fact that they didn't play Clemson, Florida State, or North Carolina during the regular season.
NC State, by the way, goes to Clemson. That's their game. They go to North Carolina at the end of the season. But other than that, this is a schedule that's very doable for the Wolfpack.
So no Florida State, no Miami?
No Florida State, no Miami.
What's their non-conference?
They do play Tennessee, neutral site game.
Wow. That's interesting.
But think about it. You throw a one-loss season up there if you're NC State.
Well, even if it's 2 losses. I mean, if you throw a 10-2 up on the board.
Yeah, but you didn't beat anybody. That means you lost to Clemson and Tennessee. I don't think that flies for a.
Okay.
If you know what I'm saying.
So find a way to win one of those 2 and throw an 11-1 on the board. Okay. I don't like that pick, by the way, for Bud Elliott. I don't like his next one either. Number 2, USC. USC's got a schedule. I mean, they do. And I don't know defensively if they're there yet. And I will say from a
USC
recruiting
plays
standpoint,
LSU at Michigan, home for Wisconsin and Penn State, at Washington, and Notre Dame at home. That's a big boy schedule.
rattle that off again.
LSU at Michigan, home for Wisconsin and Penn State, at Washington, and home for Notre Dame are the highlights of the USC schedule.
And the number 1 sleeper team to make the college football playoff, Texas A&M. And remember, we had that index yesterday in which Texas A&M, 79% of their roster is made up of 4- and 5-star players, 4th highest in college football. So we respect Bud Elliott, what he has to say. There you go, sleeper list. Steve Carney. We respect him and what he has to say. Rays at the midway point of the season. We'll talk to him about it next.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call
Are the lights off in there? It just looks.
Yeah, do you want me to turn the lights back on?
It's better with the lights on. You don't look like you're in a interrogation room.
look like I'm one of those police dramas. Give us a name.
So I was thinking, here we'll do produce right here so everybody can pay attention. But if you want to do the yes, no, maybe so,
right?
We got to take one thing at the end of it that has nothing to do with sports, whether it's National Day, whether it's we find a birthday of it's a musician's birthday. What's your favorites? Yes, no, maybe so. That's his best song. Something at the end of that, I think would.
I agree. Yes, no, maybe.
And
so.
I want Meg Ryan. I just want.
Yes. Steve
Steve
Carell's no, God, no. By the way, DC, you think Dick Enberg's family would get $10 million? I mean, they're not going to throw around that kind of money.
DC, if you got $10 million, throw it at us.
Does anybody remember the Yul Brynner Don't Smoke ads?
Yes.
And remember they aired after he had died? It's kind of like the Florida smoking ads that they do, in which you don't know some of the people who have filmed their thing, and then they put the slate up at the end. She died at 54. I mean, I will say the Yul Brynner ad was powerful. It started airing like 6 months after he died. Bud Elliott will be on. First off, he's going to be on every week. Probably Wednesdays at 8:30-ish is when Bud's going to be on. But Bud will be on, if not our first week back, our second week back in July, to just hit a bunch of things heading into media days and what have you. And we'll have Phil Steele on in late August again.
So as I was going through Phil Steele's book, he ranks each positional group.
Yeah.
Miami's ranked pretty highly in all of them.
You said that yesterday. You said in just about every position group, they're top 10 in the country.
Quarterbacks, 10. Running backs, 7. Receivers, 11. O-line, 7. D-line, 12. Linebackers, 15.
Yeah. Problem is head coach, 94.
Yeah. Now, D-backs, they're 37, but no, I'm with you. But, I mean,
right?
He's got them tied to win the ACC.
Well, hey, listen, I've seen some people say SMU in the ACC title game.
It's funny you say that. He's got SMU 4th. He's got a 3-way tie for first. Clemson, Florida State, Miami, and then SMU. Oh, crap. I got to call him. Shh. Carry on.
Carry on, oh wayward son.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney will be joining us momentarily to talk about the Rays. They are officially at the midway point of the season. 81 games in. If I had my way, we'd wipe the slate clean, just like they do in the minors, Start the second half of the year. Steve Carney covers Major League Baseball, minors and majors. He's an insider for St. Pete 9, stpete9.com. He's also co-host of Yards and Stripes, by the way, which is armed services football. And, I've got a soft spot for that, and Steve does a terrific job there. He's also part of the Lightning Radio Network. He's a talented guy. Follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Good morning, guys. It's good to hear your voices again. And yes, it's great to be at the halfway point. Wish the Rays were a little better than 40-41, but you'll take it right now.
All right, 40-41 though. Is it glass half full, glass half empty? Because obviously there's pitching coming back, but their run differential's god awful. They have had fits and starts all season long. So where are they at the midway point, Steve?
Yeah, they are a glass that we don't know if it is full or half full or half empty right now, because there's still so many question marks that you've got to answer. Like, where in the world did all the power go in this lineup? This is a lineup that had a lot more thump last year, with basically, with the exception of the shortstop position, the same 1 through 9. And so I think that's a huge question that they've got to figure out here if they want to have any sort of run here in the second half. And yes, they're going to get some pieces back into starting rotation, but they also have to answer some questions about, why is the bullpen not being as strong as it was last year? On Sunday, Sean Armstrong gives up a 3-run homer to Cal Raleigh, and that's all she wrote for a Rays game against the Mariners, and that's disappointing.
Steve, sometimes the standings can give you a false sense of hope. Like, you look at the Rays right now, they're 3.5 out of the final wild card. Well, you got 81 games left. That's doable. But the pace that the Red Sox, the Royals are on to secure that final playoff spot is somewhere around 86, 87 wins. That means the Rays would have to, quick math here, go like 47-34 in the second half of the year. They haven't shown they're capable of that, have they?
No, they have not. And not only that, but you also are starting to see the Astros and the Rangers start to kick things into gear. And I think that, even though they're only 3.5 games out, there are teams that are still behind them that I think look a lot better and more poised to make a run in the second half than the Rays do right now.
Steve, if you were running the Rays, would you be buying or selling right now? Would you look to, deal at a Rosarena? Would you look to add bats? How would you assess this team if you were running it?
Well, I would probably be selling. Thinking about the fact that this is a seller's market come trade deadline because of the extra wild cards in both leagues. There are so many more teams that are going to feel like they're in contention and they are looking to add, that it really does drive the price up if you have pieces that you are looking to deal. So for me, I would be looking to sell. There are 3 pieces that I would certainly be interested in trying to sell and acquire a large majority of pieces for. You mentioned a Rosarena. He is one. I would look to deal Zach Eflin, and I would look at Brandon Lau once he's done with his broken toe thing, because I think those are the 3 pieces that have the highest amount of trade value and are going to get you the best return. And so I would be taking calls on all 3 of them.
Well, and quite frankly, they should get some real value for these guys. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of teams that think they're in it. And when an 83 or 84 win Diamondbacks team goes to the World Series, and before that, it was an 86 or 87 win Phillies team that went. I mean, Steve, there's more hope in baseball now than ever before that if you get in it, you can win it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think seeing what the Phillies did 2 years ago, seeing what the Diamondbacks did last year, there are going to be a lot of teams that are going to go, we are just one piece away from getting in and trying to make a go of things. And so, yeah, I would think, there's going to be a team that's going to want a starting pitcher. Zach Eflin is going to get you a big return because he still has another year of control, albeit at $18 million. With Randy Arozarena, you still have more control. And then with Brandon Lau, this is the last guaranteed year of his contract, so it could be a rental, but he does have an option year next year at $10.5 million. And if he has two strong months to end the season, I could certainly see a team going, he's only $10.5 million. This is a guy that has a history and is a 4,100 guy.
When you look at the Rays, I would say, that you mentioned the bats have underachieved. Who's overachieved on this team so far this year? Who's ahead of where they should be?
Oh, that's a really good question because I don't know if anybody has overachieved at the plate this year. Trying to think off the top of my head, I think that Yandy Diaz, after a really slow start, has gotten back to what we expect from him. And I think that's probably about it. Isaac Paredes is close to what we expected from him. Diaz is close to what we expected from him. Maybe Ben Rortvedt has overachieved, but when you've got a catcher, and especially in the Rays organization where they value the defensive qualities of a catcher much more than the offensive qualities of a catcher, I don't know if anybody has overachieved at the plate this year for them.
Talking Rays with Steve Carney. He covers them in Major League Baseball on a whole. Follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney, site stpete9.com. All right. I think we're all in agreement that this is a Rays team and they probably should sell. They're a smart organization. We think they'll come to that conclusion. But how close are they for next year, Steve? They've had a lot of injuries to their pitching in the last year. Obviously, the Wander Franco situation you never could have foreseen coming. So let's say they trade off who you mentioned. Between who they're getting back later this year and next year from a pitching standpoint, from who they have in the organization, which is always deep, can they retool on the fly here and be a very competitive team next year, or are they going to have to do something that they don't normally do? The Cardinals and Royals were two examples this offseason, Steve. They went out and they had to spend money. They knew they needed guys. Royals spent it on pitching. Cardinals spent it on pitching. Just curious, if the Rays trade off who you think they're going to trade with what they have left in the organization coming back, how good do they look for next year?
I think they are better next year. I mean, I think you're going to be better just for the fact that you're going to have Shane McClanahan next year. And obviously getting Springs back here and Rasmussen back. Kevin Cash told me a couple of days ago that Rasmussen is going to start his rehab assignment after the All-Star break, so they can expect him back at some point in August. I would think in the middle of August, you're going to get Drew Rasmussen back as well. So they're going to be more improved pitching wise for sure. At the hitting side, they're going to get Junior Caminero back, obviously. Sometime this year. They've got a couple of other pieces. I don't know if they're ready for next year. They've got a first baseman named Xavier Isaac, who was a first-round pick a couple of years ago, who is, really pumping the baseball at a lower minor league level. They have a shortstop named Carson Williams, who's at Double-A, that has really proven himself to be well. They've got an outfielder named Chandler Simpson between High A and Double-A in 57 games, has 52 stolen bases, and is leading all of minor league baseball in batting average. They have pieces that I think are going to be big contributors. I don't know how big they're going to be contributors next year.
Yeah, sounds like 2026 might be the year that the Rays can put it all together again. Steve, thanks for making time for us. Appreciate it. Have a great 4th of July holiday. Be safe, and hopefully we can talk to you again before the trade deadline.
Sounds good. I look forward to it, guys.
Steve Carney does a terrific job covering all levels of baseball in Florida. He's at many a minor league game as well. stpete9.com. And the Yards and Stripes podcast come college football season, a little armed services football. And then he'll be ready for the Lightning because he's part of their radio network. Very versatile. Steve Carney joining us once again on Miller and Moulton.
Hockey preseason starting in September. Get ready, folks.
I was going to say, this is the latest the hockey season's ever gone. I think we do magic numbers for football. I think when the Panthers won the Cup, they won it on what, June 24th?
Mm-hmm.
It's only barely over 100 days away from, I think, the start of the regular season.
Sounds about right.
Because isn't it the first few days of October?
Yeah.
June 24th. I mean, do the math. A month with 30 and then 2 with 31. So there's 92. The final days of June, that's like 98. I mean, if you're starting the first couple days of October, that's 100 days. It's unreal. They got to shorten the season. They do. We love our hockey, but come on, baby. Tighten this sucker up.
It won't happen. It won't happen.
I know. Because what is it, Mark?
It's a television show, David.
Thank you.
Now, I would like that television show to be on every other day instead of every third day, but
I know.
They just had the 4th highest rated game they've ever had.
No, not quite. Not quite. I mean, they had a good rating. They did, but not ever. A game 7.
Okay, 4th highest rated game 7. But I mean, David, they just did nearly 8 million viewers in the States for Florida Panthers and Edmonton Oilers.
And it's true, because if it were, even if it was Edmonton against, 20 other teams, it probably would have done a better rating. To be honest, I mean, the Panthers are not a draw.
Not at all.
Now, maybe by next year, if they're back-to-back finals and what have you, and people know their names, and maybe 7, 8 television sets actually turn on the Panthers. But right now, no.
Would you start dealing Rays now if you were running that organization? Would you be working the phones now, or would you be waiting till the deadline to see what happens?
Well, I would go early. Like, I wouldn't wait till the deadline. I don't know if I'd do it today, but I would do it All-Star break. Absolutely, I would. Yeah. Also, with the way the Rays have had so many players, Mark, get hurt, I would be inclined to start selling now, because I'm just worried an injury's around the corner. I mean, the Rays seemingly have an injury every 3 days. So, yeah, I'd be a little gun shy if I were running the Rays.
Who would you deal?
A Rosarena for sure.
Yeah, and I'm with you there. I mean, he's batting $190.
Well, but I will say he's hitting like 272 over his last 3 weeks. I don't know. I would. There are teams out there who think that,
just change the scenery.
Yeah.
Just simple as that for some players.
And and they think he'll turn him around, and they're buying him on the cheap, and he's got eligibility left.
Well, yeah, and the other side of that is the whole team's not hitting well. So when you look at it from his standpoint, you put some other bats around a Rosarena, that might even help. And as you mentioned, his bat's picking up a little bit. So I would be dealing him as well.
But Eflin, who, has another year to get a quality starting pitcher, even if it's a number 3 starter, and get a year and a half of control. And yes, I know $18 million to the Rays is a fortune, not a fortune to half the teams in baseball. Just saying. And some teams are all in. Like, some teams' window's short. How much longer can Houston go with their core? I mean, some teams will be buying thinking this year. So, yeah. I'm selling.
But I like Steve's point that not just that they're 3.5 back in the pace they have to play. Houston's playing better. You still got teams that are right there with you or a little bit underneath you that seem to be playing a little bit better baseball lately.
They have to. Right now, the Royals and Red Sox are tied for the final playoff spot, and Houston's 500. So the Rays literally, Mark, would have to climb 3 teams to be the final wild card right now. Seems like a big ask. Halfway home on this final Thursday of June, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural
No, Sonny, I didn't. You got something? Because I got way off the beaten path here.
Go way off the beat.
But it's football.
Oh, that's fine. Unless we're going to talk some Tua, because oh, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this final Thursday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We had a lot going on so far this week, so we did not get to this yesterday, but we are going to dive into it today in a big way. Did you hear the Tua news that came out yesterday?
They're playing hardball with the quarterback from the sounds of things.
What all of you listeners want somebody to do, apparently the Dolphins are doing. Apparently they're not offering the Goff deal. Forget the Trevor deal at 55. They're not even offering the Goff deal at 53. Yes or no? You think they're making a mistake?
David, it's so hard for me because I do think that I applaud them for going at it this way when no one else is. But when the market's been set for a position, it seems difficult to reestablish what the marketplace is for a position. And that's what Miami, in essence, is trying to do to me. I wouldn't do it. I would pay Tua. I'm a Tua guy. I would pay the man. I'd pay the man his money.
Oh, nice. Rounders reference there. Well done.
But sooner or later, a team had to draw their line in the sand and say no to $50 million.
Now, let's go worst case scenario for the Dolphins. We know worst case scenario for Tua. He gets hurt or he has a bad year and, this is the final year of his contract. He doesn't have the leverage that he wants, and he either has to re-sign with Miami or he leaves and goes somewhere else, and he doesn't get, he gets more a deal along the lines of Baker Mayfield at 35 a year. That's probably worst case scenario for Tua, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess it could go so badly he gets the Geno Smith type deal, but Geno actually got 35 a year too. He just didn't get a lot of guaranteed money. Okay. Worst case scenario for the Dolphins. Let's play it out. Tua doesn't sign in the next 3 weeks, so he's going to enter the final year of his contract, 5th year option. And he plays as well or better than he did last year. Starts 16, 17 games. Dolphins have another double-digit win season. They're a playoff team. Now, what are the Dolphins going to have to do to keep him?
Well, now it's Burrow money,
which is 55. And so if you're the Dolphins then, if you think worst case scenario is, well, we played poker and we lost. All right, now we're going to have to pay him mid-50s. Is that really a big gamble when you think about it?
Not really. And David, very rarely have teams done this with quarterbacks, but when they have, oftentimes the quarterback's not played well enough to earn that contract. Joe Flacco did what a dozen years ago.
Right. He bet on himself and won a Super Bowl. Yeah, and he got paid. Right.
But normally that doesn't happen.
So that's to me another reason why if we're in the room with the Dolphins, even though you and I would be saying, what are we doing? Just it's the cost of doing business. I know. Just swallow hard and pay. Okay. But the boss goes, no, not doing it. He hasn't shown enough yet. He's only been healthy 1 year out of 4. Not going to do it. We haven't won a playoff game yet. I can get a lot of guys in here to win regular season games and lose playoff games. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So what do you think they're offering, though? Mid to high 40s? So the cost
It's
them what?
got to be mid to high 40s. It's got to be mid 40s, I would think.
So in essence, they're playing Russian roulette with what, 7 to 10 million a year?
Yeah. So what, 35 to 50 million, figuring,
over 5 years. Because let's face it, if Tua shoves it to them, he's going to sit down and say what you said at the beginning of this talk. Pay me my money.
And to Tua's credit, he said nothing through this. All he has said is that the market is what the market is. That has really been his only public comment about the negotiations.
Yeah.
He has done this the right way. He's let his agent and his people handle the negotiations. He's not negotiating in public. He's not crying for more money to the media. He's handled this the right way.
Because when you really think about it, Tua's like, well, I'm going to get paid somewhere. I mean, I'd prefer to stay in Miami, but if not, I don't know. If I'm whatever you classify me as. Some people think he's a top 10 quarterback. Some people think he's closer to a top 20 quarterback. A lot of people have him in between. Well, he's going to get paid. He's going to have 200 plus million put in front of him with at least 150 of it guaranteed at some point in the next year. So let's go. Let's play.
I root for him so hard now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and this isn't any animosity towards the Dolphins, but when they try to pin it on any team, tries to say, go prove it, I want that guy to go prove it. I mean, who doesn't want, I guess it's the Cowboys, but there's party that wants to see Dak play his tail off this year, just to stick it to Jerry.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that want to see Dak play his tail off, but then lose early in the playoffs. But boom. So it's the perfect double-edged sword. Which, quite frankly, that's where the Dolphins are. It's like, okay, 4 straight winning seasons. This is cute. This is fun. 2 straight playoff appearances. Lovely. Could we win in January, please? Could we?
They are kind of the same team.
Yeah, they are. So
Dolphin, 21,000.
Yeah.
Where are you with the latest, at least rumors of negotiations between Tua and the Finns, where the Finns are playing hardball and not wanting to pay their quarterback the going rate?
Yeah. Right now, do you support the Dolphins or Tua?
Probably should have been our poll question.
21,000?
It could be.
It could be. There's still time. Could actually leave it up for days.
Hell. Leave it up for a week. I mean, we're going on vacation here pretty soon. We can answer this after the 4th.
I mean, we're doing nothing but best of shows next week, or as NBC Peacock means with the Olympics, nothing but AI shows.
Yeah, don't say that. We'd never get rehired. They just run an AI version of us forever.
Well, no. They'd have to...
the difference is they pay us about the same as they'd pay. Hello?
Is this on? Hello? So I'm okay with the Dolphins doing what they're doing. Would I be paying Tua? Yes, I would. Now, I must admit, I would not be throwing out some of the guaranteed money that's been thrown out. I would look at Tua and go, listen, if you stay healthy, I got no problems paying you the $53 million a year that Jared Goff's making. You've been healthy 1 year, though. Okay, I got to have a little security that, I'm only going to guarantee like 3 of the 5 years, if you know what I mean, because durability has been a question, and you can't yell at me about that. It has. That's just a fact of life. So you stay healthy, you're going to make $260 million. Okay, you get hurt, God forbid, you're only going to make 160. Okay, sorry. That's where I have to draw the line.
It does come back to just how smart the Bucs look right now for getting the deal done they did with Baker.
35 a year? Oh my goodness. Now, you and I both think Tua is better than Baker, but the fact of the matter is Baker's done more. I mean, we would take Tua over Baker, but is Tua 50% better than Baker?
No way.
Because Baker's at 35, and if you're going to pay Tua 52, 53, that's 50% better than Baker.
Baker will run for a first down. Tua won't.
Although they say, or the reason he's lost the weight that he's lost this offseason is so that he can maneuver around the pocket and run for the occasional first down.
And that's all he needs is the occasional. Not asking him to be Josh Allen running the football.
No.
You're asking for 2 first downs, 1 or 2 first downs a game with your feet. Not a lot.
Doug in our Twitch chat room, lifelong Dolphins fan. I'm with Tua. If we don't have Tua, who are we going to get to replace him? See, Doug, we don't think you'd ever lose him. The only way we think you'd lose him is if negotiations got nasty and Tua held a grudge and then Tua made sure. But remember, they can tag him. Now, you don't want to because obviously you're paying top dollar with no cap flexibility. But the Dolphins can have Tua for this year and 2 more. They would just have to go tag.
Texter at 21,000. Diehard Finn fan. I am so happy they aren't cutting him a check. Durability and not able to beat good teams. Prove it this year, and we'll talk, Tua. Another texter. Tua will have a similar market to Baker Mayfield when he left the Browns. Then he will have to prove it like Baker did. I don't see any team giving him the current Baker deal right off the bat. Well, he'll get the current Baker deal.
Yeah, I mean, the Baker deal was basically the Geno Smith deal. I mean, we think Tua would get that.
But I know where you're at with the text, sir. Or ma'am, for that matter.
Fly Panda in our Twitch chat room. Would it be better for the Dolphins to wait on Dak or re-sign Tua? There are people out there who really like Dak, Mark. You're not one of them. But there are people out there who really like him.
Yes, there are. You're waiting on someone that might not be there.
Well, right, because the Cowboys would re-sign him. And so worst case scenario for the Dolphins, they're going to have to pay him a year from now. He's going to perform. They're either going to have to tag him and then work out a deal, or they're going to work out a deal and Tua are going to get paid. He will have won the poker game. So we're just curious. Dolphins are the team, apparently, playing hardball with their young franchise quarterback. Whose side are you on? Who do you support right now? Tua or the Dolphins? We'll make it a poll question. We'll get it up there. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. MillerandMoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason. And I'm Todd with the Diamond
Was that your off the beaten path, or did you have something else?
No, I had something else.
Okay, good. We can do that at the bottom of the hour. Let me get this poll question up. How do you want to word this?
The Dolphins appear not willing to pay Tua the going rate. And I don't know if you could put in parenthesis 50 plus, M. Or 50 plus million. Whose side are you on? Which.
And just put Dolphins or Tua?
Yeah. Pay the man his money.
I put Dolphins dash wait and see, Tua dash pay the man his money.
No, Irish football, we did that a couple of weeks ago. That if you bring playoff wins and playoff winning record or percentage into the equation, there's only 6 or 7 quarterbacks that were 500 or above. Or I think there were only 6 that were above 500. I do want to do another short segment on this, if that's okay.
On Tua?
On this particular, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't want to talk quarterbacks in football.
Damn.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Final Thursday of June. Thanks for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I asked you the question last segment. We're talking, by the way, if you're just joining the show, good morning. Thanks for listening. That Tua, and apparently the Dolphins are the team that is putting at least the yield sign, if not the stop sign, up in negotiations with their young, quote unquote, franchise quarterback. Because Goff got $53 million a year, Trevor Lawrence got $55 a year. Extensions, by the way. They both are currently playing under deals that pay far less. These are the extensions that they negotiated. But the extensions get rolled into the current contracts, and so that's how you set the cap. And I asked you, what is it that the Dolphins are really risking here? Well, what they're risking is short-term cap space. Because if you look at the Goff and the Trevor Lawrence contracts, Mark, they're getting their quarterbacks for the next, in Trevor's case, the next 4 years, very affordable. He's still got 2 years left on his rookie deal. And then the first 2 years from a cap standpoint in the 5-year extension, I believe he's making in the 40s.
Yeah, I think Trevor, not until the last year of his in which he's making huge money on the cap. And by that point, in theory, they've renegotiated that deal.
And the same situation with Goff. Goff had 1 year left on his deal. They negotiated. For the next 3 years, the Lions are getting Goff from a cap standpoint very reasonable, in the high 20s, 30s. All of a sudden, 2027, Jared Goff's cap hits just under $70 million. And in 2028, it's also mid-60s. So you could see what's going on here. All right. Goff got and Goff's going to get a lot of guaranteed money. I think 200 of it's guaranteed. But basically what the Lions are looking at it as is, all right, 3 years for sure. And then maybe we let him go. We take a big cap hit year 4, but hell, if we keep him, we're going to have a big cap hit. It's going to be $70 million. But like you said, Mark, what it really is saying is we're probably going to have to sit down 3 years from now and renegotiate, extend it, lower the cap figure, blah, blah, blah. And that's what the Dolphins will lose here. Jacksonville's got 4 years of cap savings from doing what they did with Trevor. And then it's, damn, he's getting paid. And that's a big cap hit. The Dolphins, if they play hardball here and they got to go tag, while Trevor's costing Jacksonville 28, 30 million, all right, two would be costing Miami 50 plus on the cap, which is real. Like Dak this year's 59.6 on the cap for the Cowboys, which is far more than what he's actually taking home. But because of the way they structured the contract, he's given them money back twice so they could do other deals with other people. He's 59.6 this year. He's 35 next year, whether he's on the team or not. They've done so much contract, machinations with his deal over the years.
It's kind of a little bit like where New Orleans is right now. They've been playing, they kicked the can down the road so far with so many players that they've had to play catch up the last couple of years. Not with their quarterback position per se, but just with others.
People having the Trevor Lawrence Tua debate in the Twitch chat room. And if you throw Trevor Lawrence's rookie year into the equation, which was not good, the whole Urban Meyer disaster, Trevor's one-loss record is like 19-30, 20-30, something like that. Also, his stats, if you take the rookie year into consideration, average out to 19 TDs and 13 interceptions a year. You take the 2 years under Doug Peterson and you look at his one-loss record, okay, which is pretty good. double-digit win season and a 9-win season, and also his TD to interception ratio, in which he's 2.5, 3-1 TDs to interceptions, but the rookie year drags it down. So once again, it all depends, Mark. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you compare Tua and Trevor just on paper, side by side, what's Tua's agent going to do?
He's going to do exactly what you're talking. Why wouldn't he? He's going to lay it all out there for you right on paper, show his record, his yards, all the accomplishments, last year's numbers. It's really, it's actually pretty easy, David, for Tua's agent to make a great case for him to get paid.
Yeah. And he's going to just put it down on paper and go, by the way, your guy's column B. Column A got 5 for 275. I don't know. The numbers in column B look better. So what are you offering again? Yet, let's be fair. If we asked 32 general managers, we'll take the 30, take the Jags and Dolphins out of the equation. We asked the 30 general managers in the league. You could have Trevor or Tua for the next 5-6 years. What do you think the vote would be?
29-1, Trevor.
I think it'd be a little better. I think it'd be a 24-6, 24-5, but yeah. And that's basically what the Dolphins are saying without saying it out loud. They're just like, I don't know. Your A game's terrific. Your A game is that guy. It is. In fact, hell, it might be better. You're more accurate. But man, I don't know. Just not sold on you yet, buddy.
It's the injuries. If it weren't for the injuries, he'd already have been paid, David. This is a complete fear of a guy that's had some injury problems, is a little small, and they're fearful of his health status. If he hadn't been hurt, he would have been paid. I'm convinced of it.
Although, do you think somewhere between the Dolphins and Tua last year at this time that someone with the Dolphins said to Tua, listen, if you stay healthy and start 16, 17 games, don't worry about it. It'll all work out. You'll get paid. Because I'm guessing somebody said it. Because Tua and his people went to the Dolphins last year. It was first time they could talk about a contract extension. The Dolphins went, no, we're okay. We're good. And Tua went, well, look what the Chargers did with Herbert, and they went, no, we're good. Oh, okay.
Well, David, they're going to pay him. They said stay healthy and we'll pay you. They're going to pay him. They're just not going to pay him what they're paying Trevor and Jared Goff, and poor Tua sitting there going, but the market's the market.
Well, and also you said, okay, stay healthy, start 17 games, I'd get paid. I stayed healthy. I started 17 games. We won 11 of them, by the way. You know how many regular seasons have been better than the one we just had in the last 30 years? I can answer that question for you. None. There's no Dolphins team in the last 30 years that's won more regular season games than we won last year. I'm sorry. And I started every game. You can see where Tua's side the negotiations going, I'm sorry, what are we missing? Last year was stay healthy, play well, win games, you'll get paid. All these guys around it. Do I have to get you Jordan Love stats? Do we have to go? No. So it's our poll question. Dolphins and Tua, bit of a standoff here in negotiations. Whose side are you on?
I'm on Tua's for what it's worth. I'd pay him. Where are you, David? Do you like this? And I know you're a Tua guy, but you like
I am a Tua guy, but I love that the Dolphins are doing this because I've been waiting for one team to do it. And if I was the Packers, I would do it with Jordan Love too. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years?
Fan, I love that you said and that is the goal. But before you get to that goal, don't you have to win a division, win a playoff game? And I understand it. So you're willing to start over then? I'm just curious. Who do you want to play quarterback?
Yeah, that's.
And thank you for all the numbers, but they're great.
And once again, Fan, okay, we can support you saying no, but then you got to tell us what's plan B. And it can't be, well.
I mean, is it tag? Because then he's gone.
Right. So if you say no and he has a terrific year, you got to tag him. And that's a cap hit of 55 or 52, 3, whatever. Well, and Feeney, there may be somebody better in the draft.
Quinn Ewers may be better. We don't know.
Carson Beck at Georgia may be better, but they're not going to be better in 2025 or 2026 in all likelihood. But Fan, this is the final year of the rookie deal. Just, so everybody knows. It's Trevor had 2 years left. This is year 5 for Tua.
So if he doesn't win a playoff game this year, you're just fine letting him walk, or what? I mean, let's just say the Dolphins are the Dolphins. They win the division, they make the playoffs, they lose their first playoff game.
Or let's just say they did what they should have done last year. They beat Tennessee, so they win the division, and they win a playoff game.
No, he says I need a playoff win to commit. So I got the no. They win the division, lose the playoff game,
like Dallas did last year. Right, win the division, get whacked by the Packers.
And I'm not fighting with you. I'm just curious. I really am.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Oh, we've touched on a controversial subject. Whether or not you're going to pay a young NFL quarterback. Dolphins holding up at least a yield sign. We'll see if it turns into a stop sign in their negotiations with Tua, reportedly not offering him Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence money. They're pulling a Lee Corso, Mark. Not so fast, my friend. And we're asking all fans, but Dolphin fans particularly are chiming in. So whose side are you on here? Which side do you support more? Pay the man his money? Or no, man, he's not worth that. That's crazy.
2-1 right now. Very low voting on X, but 2-1 right now are on the Dolphins side. Like this texter says, David, just because another QB reset the market doesn't mean every other QB is entitled to that same money. 2 quarterbacks have been paid already, for the record, this year. Herbert, Burrow in the past couple. So there are plenty of quarterbacks. It's not a quarterback. It's what the market is.
And
that's the only point I'd like to, I think too many people are trying to say one quarterback. No, there's been a Lawrence deal. There's been a Goff deal. There's been a Burrow deal. There's been a Herbert deal. There have been plenty of deals that we can compare those two to see what the quarterback market is.
And what hurts the Dolphins, though, is that Herbert, Burrow, Lawrence, Goff all had years remaining on their contract when their team sat down and negotiated their extensions. In 3 of those 4 cases, those quarterbacks had 2 years left before they were going to hit free agency or at least have to get tagged. This is it for Tua and the Dolphins. This is year 5 of the 5-year rookie deal. You don't work out a deal this year, it's tag or lose them time at the end of the year. So Tua's got a little more hand than the other quarterbacks had, just because of the timing. So, and I'm trying to straddle the fence here, which is very unlike me. I voted I'm on the Dolphins side, even though I would cave. I would pay Tua the money. I would want it to be more like Goff than Trevor. We're arguing over $2.5 million a year. But anyway,
there's a different guarantee on those two, and that affects it as well. So yes,
I mean, interesting. The Lions' guarantee is actually more. Trevor's guarantee is actually less. Andrew Brandt, by the way, did a very good breakdown on SI.com of the Trevor Lawrence contract. Actually thinks Trevor did not sign a good deal for Trevor. Thinks the Jags won the negotiation 100%. And he goes into the reason why. So read it if you're interested at SI.com. But I have been saying for months, and you know that if you listen regularly to this show, that I am waiting for one of these teams. We lined up the 4 or 5 young quarterbacks, and we're like, come on, they're all not going to just cave. One of them's going to play hardball. I thought it would be Green Bay with Jordan Love. And it turns out that it's Miami with Tua. Okay.
And that's why I've not even given the Dolphins a playoff win. I'm giving them the division and want to see what people think. If that happens, would they?
Oh, so you're going to go Dak and the Cowboys last year.
Yeah.
They won 12 games in the division, and then they lose a first-round playoff game at home.
But let's first think about the division they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Just winning that division's a hell of an accomplishment. They have got to get past the Bills, and the Jets will be there, but they've got to get past the Bills before they can make the next step.
Haven't won it, I don't believe, in 16 years. 2008, I believe, is the last time Dolphins won the division. Have to admit, Mark, there weren't a lot of division winners not named the New England Patriots from 2001 through 2019.
That's a pretty accurate statement there, David. Yes.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like the Jets won it in 2002 in a tiebreaker. Dolphins won it in a tiebreaker in 2008. And I think that is the complete list of division champions of the AFC East that don't include the New England Patriots during that 19-season run.
But isn't that the first goal, David?
Yes. Yeah. Especially this year. The Dolphins seem more loaded up for this year than even the Bills are. The Bills, despite what they're saying, the Bills have taken a step back. They've lost a lot of key guys on defense. They lost their number 1 wide receiver. All right. And for that matter, their number 2 wide receiver. I mean, you can't tell me the Bills on paper right now are as good a team as they were at the end of last year, even when they were dealing with the injuries they were dealing with at the end of last year.
Well, that's interesting. At the end of last season, at the beginning of last season, I would say for sure no, but Milano comes back now. I mean, that was a huge part of that team.
No doubt. 2 safeties, 2 wide receivers. at the very least, that they're missing from a year ago. I don't see how you could say they're better. Best case scenario, if they're healthier, they're the same. And they were 11-6 last year and won the tiebreaker to win the division. So at best, the Bills are the same. The Dolphins have to believe they're better. Whether they are or not, we'll find out. But the Dolphins believe they're better. They brought just about everybody back. They feel they upgraded the offensive line. They think they'll be better on defense because apparently the coordinator and the players hated each other, and that the players will be used better than, quite frankly, they were used.
That one right there is fascinating in and of itself.
Now, they did lose their best defensive lineman, though. That's a big loss.
And they've got guys coming back mid-season from injuries.
Right.
On defense.
Exactly. At the beginning of the year, the Dolphins' defensive line will not look like what the Dolphins' defensive line will look like in November. So, and we all know the deal. It's just like the Cowboys. Cowboys, if you're mediocre or worse, they'll whack you. Dolphins last year against below 500 teams, what were they, 10-1? And then against teams with winning records, 1-5. Ironically, the team they beat, Dallas, last second field goal. Tua's numbers in the 11 games against bad teams, whoo-wee, best quarterback in the league. And that's, I'm serious.
No, that's
best quarterback in the league.
Right.
Okay. Tua in those other 6 games.
Very pedestrian.
We may need another quarterback. How much of that is him? How much of that, quite frankly, is Mike McDaniel?
I don't know if I should even ask you this question. Is this a bigger year for Tua or McDaniel?
McDaniel. See, the Dolphins have plenty of, they can get another coach. Come on, it's much easier to replace Mike McDaniel
Damn right it is.
than it is to replace Tua. No, it's a much bigger year for McDaniel. Plus, it's year 3. I mean, come on now. Remember, you say whatever you want about Brian Flores. He had back-to-back winning seasons. They may have only been 9 winning seasons. But, I mean, Mike McDaniel did not inherit a bad team. He got the job because the head coach, they determined, was a jerk. But it's not like he couldn't coach, at least one side of the ball. It's not like he didn't produce a winning team.
No, they just liked the quarterback more than they liked the coach.
Right.
The coach didn't like the quarterback. They liked the quarterback. Flores didn't. That was the end of that.
Right. I mean, remember, they were tanking for the number 1 pick of the draft, and he went out and won 5 games with a bad roster. Man, bad roster. Whew. So I love this. Now, isn't this exactly what Jera's doing with Dak? And you got to admit, we're saying Jera's crazy with what he's doing with Dak. In part because he's allowing the $59.6 million cap hit to remain on his books for this year. I mean, how could he not have done something with Dak? I mean, is he really going to go Cooper Rush or Trey Lance and still have Dak count $35 million on his cap next year? I mean, Jared could have redone a deal with Dak in which he gives him a big money extension. Not only would he lower his cap hit for this year, hell, Mark, he could lower his cap hit for next year.
And with all the players they have to sign, with Parsons and CD trying to get money, and it doesn't make any sense what they're doing. None whatsoever. They're going to take a big step back.
It depends on who you talk to. First off, you got to believe the division they're in and the conference they're in helps. But
right, but you of all people think the division's better simply because you think Washington's going to be a hell of a lot better.
Well, and I don't think the Giants will be worse. I think they're bad, but I don't think they'll be worse. I do think Dallas takes a step. I think you've got a coach and a staff, the entire staff's outside of Zimmer, the entire staff's on the final year of their contract. and you've got every key player on your team who you put in a contract situation. If things start to go bad, and there are more distractions in Dallas than with any other team in the league because of Jerry, if things start to go even sideways, how does McCarthy keep that and Dak keep that team together?
Seems really difficult if the spiral goes that way. Now they get off to a good start. Life's all good, and there aren't a lot of worries.
Yeah, but the problem for them, Mark, is it's like the Dolphins. Dolphins get off to another great start. Cowboys get off to another great start. And what is literally all of us going to be saying to them?
Two completely different questions. You talked about losing the room and the players. If they start winning, that's fine. David, you're now you are 100% right, by the way, because all we care about with those two teams is what they do in the postseason. But that's the outside noise. You asked it, how's Dak going to be able to control it? Well, if they win, that's all Dak can do.
All right, very quickly. Dallas at Cleveland, week 1.
That's a toss-up.
Oh, Cleveland won 11 games last year.
I know.
We'll be talking. By the way, Brady's first broadcast. Next week, they host New Orleans. Give them a win. Okay. Then they host the Ravens.
Wow.
Then they're at the
1-2 after 3.
It could be. Then they're at the Giants. They own the Giants.
That's
Plus,
2-2.
it's in prime time. Giants can't win a game in prime time unless they have a subpoena. At Pittsburgh, home for the Lions. At the Niners. At the Falcons, for that matter. Host the Eagles. Host the Texans. Now we're to Thanksgiving or thereabouts when it gets a little softer again. Commanders, Giants on their schedule. Then, Bengals. They'll play the Bucks, play the Eagles again. Then little Panthers, Commanders action late. So, they got 2 with Washington. They got Carolina. They got the Giants kind of like the week before Thanksgiving to the finish line. But the middle there for Dallas, the part we're worried about, can Dak and McCarthy keep it together? That's one. Steelers, Lions, Niners, Falcons, Eagles, Texans. That's pretty good.
That's consecutive weeks playing average to above average football teams.
And I mentioned the Falcons because we think this year's Atlanta team will be significantly better than last year's Atlanta team and the games in Atlanta for whatever that's worth. Although it'll probably be a 50-50 crowd.
Ooh, I don't know. Not if Atlanta's playing well.
Okay.
Not if Atlanta's playing well. I mean, they're chomping at the bit for a winner there.
But think about the first half of the year. They're playing Cleveland. They're playing Baltimore. They play Philly. They play San Francisco. They don't beat good teams. Those are good teams. If they're not beating good teams, all of a sudden we look up. They're, 4-4?
Oh, a man can dream.
You always do root for the story, don't you?
Yes, I do. I mean, that was like when New England would beat 2-2 when they were great, 3-3 starting, everybody freaked out. It's much better when the Cowboys have a mediocre to average start.
I do remember the year that Patriots got blown out on Monday Night Football. Trent Dilfer said the dynasty was over. I think they appeared in 3 Super Bowls after that and won 2 of them.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes,
Sonny, when's he going to play? That was the only thing I wanted to ask our Texas guest yesterday, and we'll get him on before the season starts. When's he going to play? Bud Elliott was answering a post by Heather Dinich, who was talking about how Notre Dame could beat the eventual ACC champs, Florida State, November 9th, and be ranked ahead of them. But in the 12-team college football playoff, they'd be seated behind them. Okay, and Bud Elliott goes, yeah, Notre Dame designed the system. Pretty sure they're good with it.
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Thursday, the final Thursday of June. And we're not going to be doing live shows next week. Best of Miller and Moulton, the first week of July. We'll be back in earnest. We are doing a show tomorrow, but we'll be back in earnest on Monday, July 8th. It's our only true vacation time of the year. Once we come back, handful of the holidays. And
what a vacation you get, David.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've all had years like that where, you know, you're taking the time off, not for vacation. You just need the days off because of, you know,
things,
right? So
I will vacation my tail off for you, David.
I know. And I have said one of the few times, because let me tell you, when Miller and Moulton go on vacation, okay, we don't contact the other at all, unless something huge in sports happens, and we may
somebody dies.
Right. We will text the other.
Because David has been nice enough to include me with what he and his mother do.
Right.
Which is just simply Donald Sutherland.
88.
I
don't know if anybody else does it. I'm sure a lot of people do, but that is definitely a mother-son thing. We just text one another. Usually I get it before mom because I'm on social media more. All right. Usually I will get it and just send it to mom. Donald Sutherland, 88. Right. Anyway, but I have asked Mark next week to send me at least one photo a day of a family having fun on vacation.
And we will.
Good.
Lots planned, fired up.
Great. That's awesome.
My son gets in late tomorrow night. This is how old I am. My son doesn't arrive until like 1 a.m, Saturday morning, but Friday night. And there's no way I will be able to stay up long enough to go get him at the airport. I am going to have to go to bed and set an alarm to wake up to go get him at the airport.
Yep.
That's
hear
where
you.
I'm at.
Yep. Hey, you're not alone. Don't kid yourself. You're not alone. Hey, we've been talking a little football here. I thought of something yesterday. You know me and how my mind works. It's crazy. So, there's all this talk about what's the ACC going to do? What's the ACC going to do? When Florida State and Clemson leave, what's the ACC going to do? Okay, can we just put that on hold for a second? The Big 12 is situated for the rest of this decade. They got their TV contracts. By the way, only major conference that has a TV deal with both Fox and ESPN. Only one, Big 12. For all sports. Otherwise, it's a war in the other conferences. ESPN's got the SEC and the ACC. Fox owns the Big Ten, and they've allowed the Big Ten to be divvied up among CBS and NBC just for the betterment of the Big Ten, so they don't have to pay as much money. But they get first choice basically whenever they want it. They get Ohio State, Michigan every year, etc. Okay. Can we talk about the Big 12 for a second? When there's talk about where college football is going or college sports is going, end of the decade, next TV playoff deal, etc., when the thought is we're going to go from like 65, 70 down to, I don't know, 36, 48, something like that. I'm going to go, it's not alphabetically, but just humor me. It's how it's listed in front of me.
Okay.
I'm going to mention the schools beginning next week that are in the Big 12. And you stop me when one of those schools is necessary, needed, essential to going forward in college football. Not that you'd like to have, not that it'd be nice, but you know what I'm getting at here. Basically, Miller and Moulton are the SEC and the Big Ten behind closed doors going, so how many of these schools do we need? So with that being the premise, Arizona.
Keep going.
Arizona State.
It pains me to tell you to keep going because I think they should be that's a school that I think should be a national school. They have the alumni base. They have the huge student population.
They're the ones located right next to Phoenix also.
Yes.
Right.
Should be recruit California, that staggers me that they're not better at everything. At everything, David.
So I mentioned the two Arizona schools. BYU. Utah.
I'm a yes for Utah. If I'm running college football, I want Utah. They've got a great home atmosphere. They're terrific at home. They play a great brand of football. They've done it for a while now. Utah, I would include, David.
Colorado.
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? What do you mean, of course? What the hell have they done in the last 20 years?
Doesn't matter. They've got a good brand. Someone's got to get beat up on.
You think Colorado still is a good brand?
Well, I think with Dion, if they lose him, but they have notoriety, they attract eyeballs. Yeah, I want Colorado.
Okay. Well, I did ask you, so there's no wrong answer.
Thank you.
So you've got Utah and Colorado. Okay. Texas Tech, Baylor, TCU. Now, it's interesting I was able to go past Baylor because Baylor has actually been really good in really important sports.
And David, they have. But you asked this by are they necessary?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Baylor's necessary.
Okay. TCU. Houston, Oklahoma State, Kansas, Kansas State, Iowa State, Cincinnati, West Virginia, UCF.
Yeah.
So I just rattled off the 16-team Big 12. And you think there are essentially two schools that the conferences, and remember, when we say Big 10 and SEC, we're saying Fox and ESPN.
Right.
Because remember, what is it all but a
Just a
TV show?
TV show, kids.
Okay. So you believe out of this 16-team conference, the ones that are needed, necessary, essential, along those lines, not would be nice to have. Oh, no, we can't do this without them. That's what I just asked you. And of the 16, you said Utah and Colorado are the only two in the Big 12 in which you're like, oh, no, we can't do this without them.
Sounds like you wouldn't have Colorado on that list, and I'm not sure you'd have Utah on the list.
Well, all right. Because once again, it's a TV show, I would have BYU on the list because the religious affiliation draws 2.5 million people to every one of their games. It does. And this is a TV show. And I would want them as part of the TV package. So I would actually add BYU.
Okay.
And I would want to keep Utah with BYU if for no other reason than their annual game. I mean, the Holy War. We need to play it. Sorry. What's college sports without a really nasty rivalry? But here's my question to you. And this is a sidebar. Talk about coaches that are under a little bit of pressure this year. How much pressure do you think Deion's under this year? And when I say pressure, I don't mean that they're getting fired, but just in terms of where they are in the program, what it is they're selling, and if this year doesn't go well, what we think it's going to end up meaning. Like, does Deion have to go to a bowl game this year, or else that's going to end badly? Because I believe he does.
I think he does too, because what he's trying to sell is an instant gratification to winning, an instant gratification to this style. And if kids who I think love the flair of Deion, but they want to win, and going to play for him to go 4-8, to go 5-7 isn't going to get it done. And he'll lose more kids than he'll gain. So I'm with you. I think a bowl game's necessary for Deion this year. And you're totally right. Doesn't mean he's getting fired. He's not going anywhere. But just pressure from a standpoint of where this program is going in the future, they have to make the next step.
Right. Like, now, remember, the whole season sold out again. I mean, this is first 2 years of Deion, and the first 2 seasons are completely sold out. I mean, so the Deion effect is real. The impact also he's made on admissions in terms of so many more people that applied to go to Colorado. I mean, Deion's already made a multi-million-dollar and the tens of millions of dollars of impact on the University of Colorado. But here's the other thing. And like, there's someone in our Twitch chat room going, come on, guys, he just started. Okay. His kid's the quarterback, and he's going to be a top 10 pick, most people think. Probably second quarterback taken. Certainly a first-round quarterback. Do you think Deion's going to have a first-round quarterback for 2025? I mean, that's the other thing. He's probably going to get better. I mean, let's just say Deion's at Colorado 5 years. The 2 best years of quarterback play might be his first 2. His kid's good. His kid's legit.
But if he doesn't improve that line, his kid's going to get killed.
Because he got killed last year. Now, Colorado plays a real non-conference schedule. Deion didn't schedule a bunch of wins. He plays the rivalry game against Colorado State. Good for him for not dropping it. Okay, they return the home and home with Nebraska.
And they open with North Dakota State, which is no cupcake.
No.
And you don't think North Dakota State's fired up for that game?
I mean, second best program in FCS. That's who Deion's opening with. South Dakota State's passed him lately. And then he's got a Big 12 schedule, 9 conference games. So just a little sidebar there about Deion in Colorado, but I just wanted to bring that up. Everybody's talking about the ACC, future of the ACC. Well, yeah, short term, Big 12's fine. I got the TV deals for another 5-6 years. Everything's great. But, man, we get into the whole other segment, Mark, about who of the list, and for you, it's 14 other schools. Who of those 14 are going to make themselves needed by the end of this decade? Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Irish, that'll never, ever happen. I mean, they're not going to a conference unless the Big Ten somehow were able to get them in that conference. And I think that's the end of the decade, but I still don't think it happens. But they're not going to the Big 12.
Who?
Notre Dame.
Oh, no. They have no desire to go to any conference, none. They worked it out financially between what they get from the ACC and what they get from NBC. They don't have to join a conference. They're fine. Well, I think the big question, Irish football with the Mount West and the Sun Belt and Conference USA, is that are those schools even playing at the level that the Big Four or the Big Two, if we get to that in the 2030s, will be playing at? Well, RCB, we said it for months. South Florida is going to end up in the ACC. There's no doubt in our minds. None. Florida State and Clemson and maybe a couple others are going to leave. We think the very first phone call will be to South Florida. Mark?
Yeah, what David said.
And the fact that they're building new facilities, yeah, done.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, final Thursday of June. We got a show tomorrow. We're off next week. Best of Miller and Moulton all week. And then we'll be back live, no AI, live Monday, July 8th.
You'd have to have some intelligence in order to have artificial intelligence on this show.
Our buddy Greg Swaim, who we go to for Big 12 News, who is very sick, is in hospice actually, but he's still posting on X. And Greg posted, when I first heard the Al Michaels AI story, I was really against it. But then I heard they were going to use Beth Mowins, and I said, okay. Ouch.
Wow.
Wow.
What did Beth do to Greg?
I was going to say. But, Greg's got a lot of snark.
And now he can use all of it.
I was going to say, no reason.
There was ever a time to let it loose. Now is it, my friend. Now is it.
So if you missed it, NBC, they're going to put a 8 to 10 minute highlight package every day, what takes place in the Olympics, on Peacock. And they're using Al Michaels, voice from the past, not Al Michaels today, voicing the highlight package. They're using AI to take what he has said previously and use it to voice The package. What happens if you write the script and AI tells you we don't have that word? Al never said that word. What do you do?
I think they'll be fine.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask you this, getting back to that. Would you have a problem? Or would it actually be, especially, if we bring up baseball, I mean, Mark, come on now, you're a Tigers fan. If all of a sudden, with the use of AI, you could hear the Tigers, a present day Tigers game done by Ernie Harwell?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking.
No, because
So-
the key to the broadcast was the stories that they told. I don't want a computer-generated story being told. What is this, a Hallmark movie, for crying out loud?
Hey, I'm just, listen, I'm 400% against this. I hate every single thing about it. But when we first brought up the story a couple hours ago, there were people that commented and said, I'd love to hear a Vin Scully story again. Okay. I'd love to hear Harry, especially when I think he had a few buds. I'm a Bud man and I'm a Cubs fan. I don't know. I'm just bringing it up because I mean, we've got something that airs now. When you and I were growing up, Yul Brynner, famous actor, died of lung cancer. He smoked, and he recorded a non-smoking ad before he died. He dressed in black, I believe, that was shot in black and white. He had a bald head, all right, and he just did a thing about, you really shouldn't smoke. And then obviously it didn't air until he was dead. So it was pretty powerful. The Florida cancer promos ads that they run now of people who have gotten very sick, they believe by smoking. And some of them, they have the slate at the end that said Victoria died at 54. You're seeing a dead woman. I
don't need to see any dead people.
Okay.
I'm good.
How about if you just hear them?
No, I'm good. Well, isn't that what YouTube's for?
I agree.
I mean, I have a voicemail. A friend of mine passed away in the last year. A guy that I was roommates with when I lived in Atlanta. I know him from Michigan, and I had a voicemail. I've got probably about 30 voicemails that I've never deleted. One's really funny. It's from him. I happen to be looking and deleting voicemails that I need, and I said, "There's one from Shmoo," and I listened to it, and I half cried and I half laughed. So I saved it for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
But I that's mine.
Okay. Just asking. Because, I mean, listen, if they're using AI to voice things of people that are still alive, but they'd rather use the technology, I mean, we're only one step away.
Oh, I know.
I mean, they're already
Are you ready for AI talk radio, everybody? Got to be better than this.
They're already not sending broadcasters to games and having broadcasters do the game from either a studio or from home. Now we're using AI as part of broadcasts when the people are still readily available to do the voice work. We're going to use AI. I'm just wondering, because I would think, because of the connection between baseball and baseball fan and its broadcasters, that if it was going to be used anywhere, that's where it would be used.
Yeah, it would cater to the really old fan. I don't know how it brings in a new fan. That
True.
relationship between the broadcaster and the fan, that's powerful. And the people we listen to aren't those that our kids listen to and love the same way. So I guess I just hope not. But you're right, it's coming. And I know at some point my wife's going to be watching this Al Michaels.
Oh, yes.
She'll have a long day at work, and we're going to have to watch Peacock to see what happened in the Olympics. And I'm going to be, there's a recap. Play it, and it's going to be Al Michaels.
By the way, what does your wife do? Quick sidebar. When the Olympics are 6 hours ahead, when she's at work, will she be monitoring results?
No, she has no chance. She actually works for a living.
Right.
No,
She's too busy.
she's actually too busy.
Okay.
It will be my job to have everything set up to tape. And she will come home, and I will, from July 28th until August whatever, will sacrifice all the televisions in the house to make that woman happy so that she can watch swimming and gymnastics and track and field, because she's an equal opportunity Olympic fan. It does not matter the sport. I didn't realize that until I was watching swimming trials. That had already happened 5 days prior, and we were watching them as if, and she just turned and looked at me. I said, "This happened 5 days ago." She goes, "Do you know who won?"
By the way, that scenario that I brought up in track and field is apparently now in gymnastics. That clearly one of the top 3 U.S. gymnasts, I guess, got hurt in practice yesterday. And her status for trials is up in the air at best, and trying to figure out, I don't know, kind of want her on the team. We're trying to gold medal.
Yeah, we're not trying to medal. We're trying to win the gold.
Right. So, they got that little situation going on in gymnastics too.
Yeah, that runner got clipped.
Oh, totally.
I didn't see it live. I watched it after we talked about it. I'm like, she got clipped. That was not her fault. That was
no, she's the best.
She's the best at that
distance in the world.
Period.
Right. And obviously she didn't qualify in the event. And
I was actually listening to a lot of interviews with the swimmers. They talk about the Olympic trials being harder than the Olympics. More pressure at the trials than the Olympics. And I can see that. You're talking the top 2 get in for swimming. That's it.
Well, that's the other thing. In the U.S., it's only top 2. And us in Australia are the 2 best swimming countries in the world. And only the top 2 in each event? Damn. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. It's all coming up. That's how we wrap things up here on Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme.
I was laughing yesterday. Margie or whatever, Marjorie that works down the hall here, David.
Okay.
They stopped in and was on, hey, someone brought food in, and we had this whole conversation on they've had people make homemade food for them. I'm like, oh no. No, I don't do food that listeners make for me. I will do food that they buy from restaurants. That's a totally different story. But she was telling some stories that had me laughing about people bringing actual like cakes and like, oh no.
Do I know Marjorie?
You Heavyset Girl works at B. I think Margie.
The main morning show
yeah.
host.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a bad idea, Buck. Okay. AI Bob Shepard at your funeral. Jeter's last game, okay, at Yankee Stadium, they played the Bob Shepard announcing him coming up to plate.
I don't know if you've seen this thing, and don't get up. Twitch chat, you got to calm down here because I'm going to go political, kind of. But I've seen this thing that you can send to a Trump supporter that basically sends them. It's like that's about $10, and it comes from Biden Harris, and it's a letter saying you've donated $250 to the Biden campaign and all the things that Biden's going to do with the money that you gave for him. I asked Eve if I could send one to my mother-in-law. She's like, don't you dare.
Yeah, your mother-in-law would lose her blank.
Just found it funny. Funny's funny to me.
Oh, boy, that is such a mess on both sides.
You think?
What an embarrassment that's the best we can do.
That's the two best people we can put up. What a country.
Golly.
And the third parties can't come up with even anything.
I was going to say, and the third guy's a bit of he's got some issues. Golly. We are so screwed.
Oh.
Hope your kids and my kids can fix it, because goodness knows we didn't. We made it worse.
And we have no desire to.
No, we've given up. We've determined that we're bought and paid for, and it's over. Yeah, don't know how much of an empire it is, Panda. Maybe one in name only.
That's funny, Adam.
Welcome to the Bonus Hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Home stretch, Miller and Moulton. On this final Thursday of June, the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, before you do what you do, have you seen some of the early videos and pictures of the Florida Panthers and the Stanley Cup?
It's enjoying itself on the beach.
Man, the Lord Stanley there, it just, he was ready to party for game 4 or 5. And the fact it got stretched out, he's like, listen, I've been ready for over a week. Let's go.
It's made it in the Atlantic. It's made it to the Elbow Room. I saw Roberto Luongo having a spaghetti dinner out of it yesterday. What would you do if you had the cup for a day? What would you eat cereal out of it? Would you drink a beer out of it? What would you put in the cup to eat or drink?
Yeah,
or
I would pour beer because I would want to drink my favorite beverage out of out of the cup.
So
yes.
Why would you put a Diet Coke in there then?
Now, see, did you have to really? Here I thought you were getting sentimental. Okay.
I am your favorite beverage.
It was for sure. But no. I would pour my favorite beer in it. And I will say my day with the cup, I would want as many people as possible to be around it. Which, although I'm torn about that, because I don't believe you should be able, like Matthew Tkachuk gave his father the cup in the locker room. And I understand it's dad. I get it. I do. I get it. But you're not supposed to touch the cup unless you win it.
Well, he's not going to. Come on. I've touched the cup.
I know. Heck, you put Jake in it, didn't you?
Frank Lapsley and I, when I worked for the minor league hockey team, the Everblades, the cup, Phil Pritchard came to town. One of those things with the cup was where we brought it to this station and brought it in here. The rock guys across the hall got to handle it. And he was going to take it back to the room with him, to the hotel room. And we told Phil that we have a safe. And he's like, really? That's fantastic. So we put it in the safe in the building. And immediately after Phil left, we went to the safe, took it out of the safe, and brought it back upstairs to Craig Brush's office. He wasn't there. It was Frank and I, our wives, and our kids. And Frank and I were putting candy in the top of the cup so our kids would climb up on it and take the candy out. And we're taking pictures of them climbing up and around on the Stanley Cup. I got yelled at by a few people. Hockey was going, Jake will never win the cup now. I'm like, have you seen the size of his dad? He really wasn't much of a chance anyhow.
I was going to say, I'm pretty fond of him, and I didn't consider him a top prospect, but okay.
Certainly
so
not
that's the, there's a part of me that's like, well, I want to bring the cup to as many people as possible. There's a part of me that's like, no, look, don't touch. You don't get to touch.
So if someone handed you the cup to hoist over your head, would you?
Well, but the premise of your question is that somehow, like, I'm a broadcaster for a team that won the cup.
No, I'm saying you knew a guy, you knew somebody from the Florida Panthers.
Oh, no. I've been around the cup twice. I haven't touched it. I'm serious. I haven't touched it. I've been standing right next to it. People go, hey, I go, oh, no. I don't get to do that. That's my thing. I just.
Good for you.
I don't think I've earned that right.
Fair enough. Neither have I, but I'd still.
I understand.
Pick it up, throw it over my shoulder.
Someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
So it was 2 days.
Sonny thinks I'll eat tuna mac out of the cup. I mean, I'll tell you, I have to admit, I have given you guys a lot of food and drink material with which to work with. I have.
No. The tuna mac will never die. Ever. May just smell. It was 2 days ago that the Korean War started. It took Truman 2 days to send troops to Korea.
Well, news
So
didn't
did they in
travel.
1950.
News didn't travel fast back in 1950. Plus, in the middle, there was a UN resolution. So they just needed a little time.
Today in 1973, Live and Let Die, the first Roger Moore Bond film, was released. Maybe, to me, one of the best chase scenes ever in a movie. The boat chase scene in Live and Let Die is fantastic. Betty Davis Eyes was the #1 song in the land today in 1981. Kim Carnes, David. Kim Carnes. Today in 1988, Tyson knocks out Michael Spinks in 91 seconds.
I was at the Scranton Armory, paid the money. He knocked him down the first time. I got up, started putting on my jacket, and was walking backwards down the aisle. Knew this thing was going to end any second now.
1998, Vincent Lecavalier was the #1 draft pick for Tampa, first pick overall. And in 99, Tony Hawk was the first to land a 900, doing so in the X Games. 2.5 revolutions on a skateboard.
That's pretty good.
It is. Helen Keller and Ross Perot both would have celebrated birthdays today. Part-time Southwest Floridian Brad Childress is 68 today. Jeff Conine's 58. Actor Tobey Maguire's 49. Khloe Kardashian's 40. And her is 27.
I'm sorry, who?
Her. The R&B singer. Her.
No, I know. I was having fun.
I know.
We could do the whole who, what?
Her on second.
Right. Well, what's her name? What's her name? Right. Oh, yeah. Could do the whole thing.
What did I miss, David?
Nothing.
I thought so. I dug today. There was nothing.
No, end of the month here. Sports world's pretty quiet. No, you're good.
Yeah, we're running into some rough days for today. Was a day one between now and got to get to the British.
Maybe around July 4th, we start getting people winning Wimbledon. Maybe. But even then, what do we, Federer won it this year. Federer won it this year. Serena won it this year. Borg, right. Federer, Serena. Right. Yep, that's true.
It's time for someone to take back.
Crap.
You've heard folks elsewhere
off by a button.
Florida is Bonnie Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to LaBelle for the good, where Tony Duncan lost his dog Luna in Mardello Springs, Maryland, a couple of years ago. Thought he'd never see his dog again, but never gave up hope when last week he received a phone call from LaBelle Animal Control. They found a dog wandering in a parking lot of a LaBelle Walmart. It was scanned for a microchip. It was identified as the missing Luna. Duncan got in his car the same day and drove 1,000 miles to be reunited with his dog. 1,000 miles.
The missing Luna.
The missing Luna. For the bad, we go to Lehigh Acres, where a man is being accused of stealing dirt. 15 dump truck loads worth, $3,000 worth of dirt that was owned by the municipality of Lehigh Acres.
Wow. How do you steal 15 trucks full of dirt?
Well, deputies say they found 8 to 10 dump trucks lined up waiting to be filled with the district-owned dirt sitting next to a canal on private property. Dimitri Alvarado was arrested early Monday morning for stealing dirt. It's a dirty crime, David. And finally, the ugly. We go to Polk County, Florida, where Joseph Everett used to work for the sheriff's office. He showed up at work drunk. He was a sheriff, 27 years old, and admitted to drinking around 3 coffee mugs of whiskey the night prior. The sobriety test indicated he was impaired. Now faces a charge of DUI, and I doubt he'll be working for the sheriff's department, which he had worked for 2 years. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 27th, 2024.
So do you know the NBA draft's at 4:00 today, round 2?
No.
Second round coverage of the NBA draft, 4 o'clock today on ESPN.
My kind of a draft.
I understand.
I might be interested in the second round now.
By the way, they had a Will Levis moment at the draft last night. Big fella from Duke, Kyle Filipowski. He was in the green room. He didn't get taken. Yep, there with the fiance, looking bummed.
That's a kick.
Well, it's a bummer.
That's a kick in the nether regions when you're sitting there all night. Not to mention, first round pick's guaranteed money. Second round pick isn't.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I believe, is it Toronto? Who's on the clock? Somebody like that. There's no Euros today. They're off till Saturday. Everybody's advanced. They got their schedule, and they're done till Saturday. Group play ended yesterday. So the Copa America is going on today, and the U.S. is in action 6 o'clock on Fox. We're hosting Panama. No?
I was just waiting for round 2 of that. I was letting you go.
Uruguay, Bolivia, the other two members of that group that we're in, they're going at 9 o'clock on Fox. So USA at 6, which is interesting. I would think they'd put us later, but
a win pretty much guarantees them going through the group, right? Or getting out of the group.
Yeah. I mean, we're tied with Uruguay. Yeah. Uruguay and U.S. both won their first matches. So obviously, Panama and Bolivia are sitting at 0 points. So, yeah, if the USA beats Panama, yeah, that's 6. They're in. Right now, by the way, we would be in second place in our group, even though the goal differential with Uruguay is the same. They scored 3 goals in their match. In the 3-1 win, we won 2-0. Total goals, I guess, would break the tie.
All right.
That's worth. Baseball, 9 games today. 3 in the afternoon. The Marlins are in Philadelphia. A 6:20 start in Philly. It's a very interesting start time. Something's got to be going on. Rays are off. National broadcast tonight. Let me tell you, you got to be a baseball fan. 8 o'clock FS1. Cleveland at Kansas City.
But it's a pretty good game. Best team and best record in baseball right now is the Guardians, right?
Well, let's see. They were on a roll. They had like a 5-6 game winning streak snapped yesterday. The Phillies,
the Phillies still have them by.
The Phillies have them by a game. Tied in the loss column. They have 2 more wins. But yeah, Cleveland. Remember that guy the Baltimore guy gave me a hard time last week when I asked him the question about if the Yankees and Orioles played. They play in a best of 5 or a best of 7. And he said,
oh, yeah, he was all over you.
Oh, it'd have to be a best of 5 because, one's going to win the East and the other would be the wild card. And I'm like, yeah, but what if Cleveland is the best record in the American League? Yeah, guess who'd be the 1 seed today, buddy? Cleveland. The Yankees would be the 2. The Orioles would be the 4. So if the Yankees and Orioles met in the playoffs, do you know when they'd meet? They'd meet in the LCS. You know what they'd be playing, buddy? A best of 7, not a best of 5. East Coast bias there from the guy from Baltimore. Totally discounting the Guardians. I will say Yankees are in Toronto to begin a 4-game series. Yankees are a mess. Blue Jays are a mess. For either team, if Toronto can't turn it around with the way the Yankees are playing right now, and if the Yankees can't turn it around with the way the Blue Jays are playing right now, Mark, I'm telling you, when we come back from vacation Monday, July 8th, and we are doing a show tomorrow, but when we come back on Monday, July 8th, unless the Blue Jays win this series against the Yankees, I'm telling you, we will finally have a fired manager.
If you say so.
Every week.
I don't know how it hasn't happened yet.
Every week I kept betting on this guy to get fired. Keeps
Doubling
losing
down,
money.
tripling down.
Yep. So there you go. That's what we got. Miller and Moulton. We have no guests lined up for tomorrow at present time, but listen anyway. What the heck?
Friends and family of Southwest Florida, are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our
So we got nothing tomorrow?
As of now, no.
All right.
I mean, I would like to think I'd get Magic and or Heat people to break down their picks. Do you want a hockey guy? Or can we do, and we're still on, by the way, but can we do a hockey segment?